All right, so mini PC time. Let's do the unboxing. Open the box, and there you can see we've got our mini PC. This is how it's packaged. We got a little foam on top here. A lot of times when you watch other reviewers reviewing mini PCs, I put reviewers in quote because you don't know if it's actually a commercial. It's all, unless they say up front in the video or somewhere in the video notes that the unit was given to them and what the conditions were. If there's no transparency, I would assume they're probably getting paid and it's not really a review so much as it is a commercial. I'm not even sure what I'm doing would be a review. I'd call it an overview. We want to take a look at what is included, what's the price, what's it look like, what are the ports, is it upgradable, what version of Windows does it come with. I'll leave it up to you to decide if that's good or bad. So one way you can tell is if a reviewer starts their review without unboxing the unit, or if they unbox the unit, they take out a computer that doesn't have any wrapping on it. Either they got sent a used unit, or they're not being fully transparent with you that they've already taken this out of the box. Now look, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, tell me. Why would you not tell me that? So I'm a big deal about transparency and being honest. Inside the box, we've got this little cardboard spacer, which leads us to a short HDMI cable, instruction manual. We have a VESA mounting bracket here with no screws. There's the screws. Power cable. This is a Cloverleaf or Mickey Mouse style power cable, similar to what many laptops use for power bricks. And speaking of power bricks, we've got this power brick right here, which again, the power bricks are not made by the PC manufacturers. So, well, the PC says Kamrui on it, the power brick doesn't. Now, if you have multiple power bricks going to various things, I think it's very important to label these power bricks to what they go to. They're not all compatible, and plugging the wrong power brick into the wrong device could damage both the brick and the device beyond repair. So I would get a Sharpie, like a silver Sharpie marker, or a label maker and just write, Kamrui, something on there. So if these two items get separated at some point in the future after a move or, redecorating, I don't have to guess. Because if you guess, let me tell you what happens. Smoke can come out and then you're done. So that's a great way to otherwise ruin a perfectly good computer. Other than that, the box is empty. What's happening?
I think I need an intercom.
We might have something like that already. What's going on?
Breaker.
10-4. You got your ears on, good buddy?
Yeah.
There's a Smoky up ahead.
Check your email.
Check my email.
Check your email.
All right. Thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome.
Let's see. Charlie Purdy sends an Amazon gift card. He says, here's... First of all, it's a very generous Amazon gift card, Charlie. Thank you. He said, here's for future content and some steak sauce for Mara. That's so kind. Thank you, Charlie. As always, we appreciate you, my friend. And again, Robert Zomer with a super PayPal contribution. That's $10.46. That just says thanks. So I'm not sure who that is. And if you're in the chat room, thank you. But I want to give a shout out because you guys are our sponsors here. That's what's able to keep me out of the client's place to earn a living. I can still work with my clients after hours. I don't need as many clients because I can do this during the day and be able to, personally, I prefer doing this. I enjoy it. I also enjoy helping my clients, but having them both and being able to do both without having a negative impact on my being able to pay the bills or selling out to some big corporation to write me a check to basically tell you guys what they want me to tell you in their words and not in mine, but to make it look like they're my words. Yeah, we get that offer all the time, and we always have the same answer: no, thank you. But it's because of our members and your generosity that we have that option. Because then the other option is just shut it down, right? If it's something that's costing money and there's no money coming in to pay for it, right? So thankfully, we're fine, right? We're doing okay. We're not getting rich. We're able to march forward, and it's all thanks to you guys. So we can't thank you enough for that. Now, I'm going to set this over here. This is the box, and we've got the unit here. Let's bring the unit up close to the camera so we can take a closer look at the ports and the overall size and design. This is going to be all plastic. We've got vents here on the side. And the word excellent performance, I guess that's what makes it go faster. On the front, we've got a power button. We've got an audio 3.5 millimeter jack, 2 USB Type A USB 3s. Not sure which speed. We'll look at that in a minute. We also have our Type C, but it doesn't say if it's USB 4. It's probably not, but we'll take a look at that. Around the back is our barrel style power connector for providing power. 4 USB Type A USB 3. Again, we'll look at what version of USB 3 this has. Now we've got a sticker here to be removed that sits between the USB and the DisplayPort and HDMI port outputs. That's probably our Ethernet cable, and it says what? For faster setup, avoid LAN initially. Connecting might trigger long updates, delaying desktop access. I think somebody's been listening to my advice. That's pretty cool. I have been telling you guys for a long time, when you first set up your computer, whether you built it yourself or it's a brand new machine, the first time you get it started up, leave it off the network until you get to the desktop. You only have to do it once. It's just during the initial setup. And you don't have to. It's just the way I do it in order to avoid the requirement of setting up a Microsoft account, which in and of itself is not a bad thing. It's just that I don't want my Microsoft account on a customer's computer, right? That's not professional. And beyond that, I don't want to wait for all those updates. Well, I'm just trying to get to the desktop. Once I get to the desktop, then I can connect it to the network and then go get the updates. This way, if anything goes wrong, I know that it got to the desktop okay, right? And then I do the updates, and then something goes wrong, I know it's something to do with the updates. But if while I'm setting it up and the updates are happening and it doesn't complete without an error, was it the initial setup that's erroring, or is it the update during the initial setup that's erroring? It makes it very difficult to diagnose in a rare circumstance where that happens. So it's just a process and a procedure that I've learned to develop and to deploy universally, because it's the slow and steady that's going to win the race. Trying to rush through it, you might get lucky and everything works fine, but what if it doesn't? So my what if it doesn't is covered, and for whatever extra few seconds or minutes that's taking me to do it this way, it's saving me potentially hours and hours and days of diagnostic trying to reset the computer and figure out what's going on. And for me to stay in business, I've got to be able to work on more than one computer in a day. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. All right, let's get this plugged in and turned on. There's another sticker up here. We got lots of stickers. We have a QR code for customer service. We have a QR code to scan and join their membership, which is free. That gives you newsletters and sales and, you know, chances to be aware of things that are on sale first before anyone else. You've got your AMD Ryzen official sticker and your AMD Radeon graphics official sticker. Then there's this big yellow warning. It says, for faster setup, it's the same thing. Avoid Wi-Fi or LAN initially. Connecting might trigger long updates, delaying desktop access. So they're telling you twice, and this sticker is very easy to peel off. It doesn't leave any residue. So they're also using the right sticker. Anytime you see a little pull cord on the sticker, that usually indicates it's going to come off very easily. These stickers, not so much. There's often a residue left behind. But we can just pull these off. And they're using WhatsApp for customer service. Sometimes when you buy from some sellers, they're basically invisible. They don't disclose who they are or how to reach them. If you have problems, you'll particularly find this on sites like AliExpress and Temu, which is all well and good if you like the idea of shopping at a garage sale where once you've made your purchase, you're on your own, buddy. Never going to see you again. But a company that wants to have you come back and recommend them and buy more from them, they want you to have the reassurance and the peace of mind that they stand behind their product. Here's how you reach us. They don't make you go on a treasure hunt trying to find out how to reach them. And I think that says a lot about a company, just right out of the gate if you're not familiar with them. And then you look at some brand name companies. One that comes to mind is HP, where they start charging you for tech support. And for a while, we're adding 15 minutes to every support call intentionally, whether there was a wait or there wasn't. You can Google this. It was in the news recently. The boss said, make sure every call that comes in sits on hold for 15 additional minutes. So they have time to think about the problem and resolve it on their own before using our time. This is a giant brand name trusted manufacturer. Does that give you any peace of mind? So you've got the smaller companies. Let's look at the extremes here. Smaller companies could be a person that doesn't even have an office. They're just drop shipping. They make up a business name. You have no idea who they are, where they are, and there's no support. And it is what it is, and you get it, and too bad. You don't like it, too bad. Great prices, though, usually. Typically not very fast shipping, right? If it's coming from AliExpress, it's probably going to be a few weeks. Then you've got the opposite end. Big corporations looking to save a nickel. They're flooded with their phone support lines are flooded. Support lines don't make any money. They want to discourage people from calling support. So they're going to make everybody wait an additional 15 minutes. Now, they've since rescinded this, but what an embarrassment. And what a disrespect to the customers that have been loyal to your company to treat them in such a way. Then on top of that, they're already not hiring enough support people. Your whole time's already going to be a while most of the time. So then to tack on another 15 minutes, it's sort of like, give me your money now, you go away. I don't expect that from a reputable corporation. And then you've got the younger startups that are sincere and earnest. They want to save you money. They want to make a name for themselves. So they want you to come back. They don't have big marketing budgets. The only way they're going to get popular is if people start talking about them. People start buying more from them, and then eventually they can get so big that they can add 15 minutes onto the support calls. So you got to go right in the middle before they get too big. But don't go right in the beginning when it may have just been a mood they were in that day when they were deciding to sell mini PCs, and the next day they wake up and decide they don't want to do it anymore. Company's gone, and you're stuck with this e-waste potentially from seller that does behave like that, which we also see a lot of on these sites that just don't hold the accountability and liability that the big American-based support sites such as Amazon stand behind. Now, that being said, this is available on Amazon, and I want to take a look at the Amazon page to take a look at how it's spec'd out, what these USB ports are. So let's look at that together. Okay, so this is the E3B. It's from Kamrui. It's a Ryzen 7 5875U. It's got 8 cores with 16 threads on that processor, up to 4.5 gigahertz. It's no slouch. The unit we have here has 32 gigs of RAM and 512 gig of storage. And it's got dual display. It's a little weird the way they phrase this. It says dual LAN mini computers. It's not a dual LAN. That's an incorrect. I think they meant to put LAN, dual mini computers support 4K. No, I take it back. This is wrong, or we have the wrong unit. Let's see if the back of this shows 2 LAN ports. No, there's only 1 LAN port back there. We'll make Kamrui aware of this error. This line needs to be removed, that whole line. Support for triple display, so 3 outputs. You've got the USB-C output, you've got the HDMI output, and excuse me, you've got the DisplayPort output. They can all output at 4K at 60 Hz across 3 displays at the same time. It has Wi-Fi 6 built in with Bluetooth 5.2, and while this is not Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7, most people would have no benefit from having that even if they could afford it. This helps keep the price down for, again, something you probably aren't going to use anyway. It supports DisplayPort 1.4 and HDMI 2.0, and the USB, there's our answer, it's 3.2. And as you see here, $319.99. Is that a good price? Well, if we go to a website called Camel, we can look at the pricing history of this unit. And you can see on Amazon, the highest price is $429.99, and it's been up there for some time. It did drop, it looks like, during the holidays for $299.99, or just $20 less than what it's selling for now. And likely, they probably sold out very quickly. And if you just, blinked and you missed the deal, well, now there's not so much of a push on everybody buying it at once during the holidays. So it's much easier for you to acquire it, although slightly more. The average price on this is $381.79. So it's just to give you some perspective of value. Historically, this is what's proven, right? This is not conjecture or assumption. This is what people were buying this at. Now, if we go back over to the Amazon page, let's take another look at $319. It does show the list price at $369. So even the list price has come down about $50 since its initial release. As we scroll down and get into some more details, they've got their description here of everything. It keeps saying it's got dual 1 gig, it says 1 gig, 2.5 gig RJ45 ports. This is not accurate. This is clearly a mistake. And the way these mistakes happen are the people responsible are likely just doing a copy and paste from a similar mini PC that they also make and did not look at the details of that. And again, we don't assume that they're intentionally misleading you or false advertising. They just aren't paying attention close enough. And for nerds and geeks like me, we eat that stuff up. We're looking at that. It's the exact opposite. I would not just simply copy and paste something without proofreading it. It's just part of what detail-oriented people do, and detail-oriented people tend to be very technical people. But the people who copy and paste and do website design may not be technical people at all. They'd be more artistic or more, who knows, right? Whatever their interests are. And that's how these mistakes happen. But I assure you, once they're made aware of it, they will correct it right away. They don't want false information out there on purpose. Now, that being said, everything else looks pretty accurate here. And there's all the product photos. And we have links to this, to the Amazon link in our video notes below. And bear in mind, Amazon has free 30-day returns. And this price does say it's a Prime member price, by the way. But if for any reason you don't like this computer, maybe you simply changed your mind, Amazon allows for unconditional 30-day returns. Just send everything back the way you got it, and you get your money back. So if you're on the fence about deciding, is this computer any good, there's no one that can answer that but you, and the only way you'll ever know the truth is for you to experience it. And if you do, or already have experienced this computer or others from this manufacturer, we'd love to hear what your thoughts are in the comments below the video, because it's your reviews that matter, not the content creator who was sent a unit for free or may even be being paid to make a commercial designed to look like a review. Want to hear from real buyers, from real experience, not what somebody else has said, not something you read online from somebody else in some other forum. I want to hear your personal experience, for better or for worse. And then the more information we get from the actual buyers with actual experience allows us to correlate enough data to determine, are most people happy with the product, or are most people not happy with the product? And this helps other people in the community make a decision if they want to buy it. But at the end of the day, with a 30-day guarantee, money-back guarantee essentially, you've got nothing to risk here. So if you're at all interested, be sure and check it out and decide for yourself. As you can see, they're running some kind of an advertising campaign here for other units, and a little bit more detail about the unit here. 19-volt power adapter, 3.42 amps, so pretty standard, similar to what many PCs and laptops use. Kamrui E3B, so that's not an 8, it's a B. A little bit about the performance, which is going to be the same for every 5875U. There's a picture of the inside with two M.2 slots. One is only SATA support, which is not ideal. SATA is pretty slow compared to NVMe. But the good news is it is available as an option versus just being removed and having nothing. I personally wouldn't use the second port regardless. It adds more heat to the inside of the chassis, but maybe they have a fan under there. I don't know. We'll find out. And then, of course, it's got dual channel SO-DIMM RAM slots, which is very easily upgradable. The RAM is not soldered onto the board. What do the reviews on this look like? 71% of people give it 5 stars. 1-star reviews are pretty low. It's not going to let me see them. Well, 71% is pretty good. If you ever manufacture or sell a product and you're selling it to multiple people and nobody's got anything negative to say in the general public from somebody who bought from you and doesn't know you personally, that world doesn't exist. There's always going to be negative reviews. The question is, are the negative reviews reasonable? What I don't understand is, if you were to buy the unit from Amazon and you thought personally your experience was a bad one, so you send the unit back for a full refund, there's no cost to you, what's the worst you could say? So oftentimes when I'm reading these 1-star reviews, they come off quite vicious. I can't help but wonder if this is a competitor doing something. How genuine is that review? Or how unreasonable is that person that they found that getting their money back wasn't even enough? Really? Holy cow. So I have a hard time wrapping my mind around that kind of review, but I haven't read it, so I don't know what it says. But I just, like, what could that possibly say besides, I ordered it, I didn't like it, it upset me, it was damaged, whatever, could have been damaged in shipping. Whatever their imagination is, get a full refund and then turn around and write a negative review, 1 star, with nothing positive to say about being able to get their money back and how easy that was. Ah, this world. I don't know. Is this a 1-star unit? Let's find out right now. I'm going to give it power. We're going to turn it on for the first time. Let's see what that's all about. Honestly, if I truly thought this was a 1-star product, I wouldn't be spending any time introducing you to it. We just wouldn't talk about it. We wouldn't spend any time on it. So what do you think is going to happen at the end of this review? You think it's going to be exactly what it claims to be? Or do you think there's some underlying secret they're trying to get something? I'll leave a 1-star review. All right, let me not chuckle too much because I don't want to jinx myself here, but we've had very good history with Kamrui, and everything has been exactly as they say it is, with the exception of the errors from time to time we point out in the listing, which unfortunately is kind of common. It's not that unusual that we see these kind of errors. And again, once we make them aware of it, or anybody makes them aware of it, quite frankly, they immediately correct it. There's never been a situation where the manufacturer hasn't responded with priority to get that addressed. They simply don't know. So unless somebody brings it to their attention or they learn how to read people's minds, we have to give them some understanding and tolerance that they've got a lot of things going on. Somebody screwed up. They're aware of it. They address it. That's the important thing. And if you were buying the unit specifically because it said it had dual LAN and you needed it for dual LAN, Worst case is you'd send it back and say, this is false advertising. That's not what I got. Even though the pictures, they do show it does not have dual lens. So yeah, I could understand somebody being a bit upset by that. However, until somebody brings it to their attention, I don't know how that's ever going to change. So let me go ahead and grab a keyboard and mouse. Let's turn this on and let's see what our first boot up looks like. So remember, we're not going to plug this in to the network. We just want to fire it up without any network access. And when it asks us to connect to the network, we're going to tell it we don't have one until we get to the Windows desktop. That's been a pretty standard routine here for years. And you guys that are regular viewers already know all this and have seen it probably, if not dozens, hundreds of times. How many times we've turned on a computer for the first time, whether it's something new we've unboxed or something we built, we always do it the same. With that, I need an HDMI cable. HDMI cable should be down here somewhere. Here we go. That is not an HDMI cable. That is an HDMI cable. He made a mistake. Let's get him. Again, not that you guys do that. I'm talking about the world outside. Let's fire this up. And I probably should plug the cables in all the way. We're not off to a good start. I have a terrible habit, and my assumption is I've not plugged something in all the way. So let me reroute this cable here. Let's try again. One of the things that I absolutely love about doing these videos live and unscripted is you get a real world experience for better or for worse. And the reason I bring this up now is that the vast majority of the time, with the exception of, like we're building and I'm missing a part, or I don't quite understand how something comes apart because I've never seen it before, we get some moments of obstacles that need to be overcome. And every once in a while, pretty rarely, do we get a product that, for one reason or another, arrives to us dead on arrival. It just out of the box. There's no damage to the box. There's nothing rattling. And the first thing I need to assume when this occurs is, what am I missing? Is what I'm plugged into turned on? I have a power brick back here. Is my power brick on? And since we've been doing renovations, we've had to cut the power here a couple times. Did that trigger a breaker perhaps? Right? I need to put this on me first before I immediately start pointing fingers. However, it looks like I've got power. Let me just try one other plug here just to make sure. That plugged in there. Power light came on. See what I'm getting at? For a lot of people, they don't go any further than that. They're so intolerant and impatient that the minute something goes wrong, it's not them. Their first thought is, they sold me something bad. I can't script this and I can't make this happen, but you just watched it happen live. And I always take the opposite. What did I do wrong? Let me go slower. So you plug in these routine plugs all the time, and after a while I get a little overconfident and not paying attention, and here we go. That's what happens. So let me let's see, that's camera 2. Let's see, the power light is on. Let's go to the output of that, and let's see if we're getting any post screen from it. But I couldn't have asked for a better example. Now, unfortunately, for me, when I did power this on, I was not on the capture card. And some machines, they don't know which video output to initialize during power on. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put camera 1 back on, and we'll put it in the corner so you can see what I'm doing here. But at the same time, we're going to keep an eye on the output of this. Now remember, your first boot up could take a minute. It could take a couple minutes. Typically on these mini PCs, we would have seen something by now. But if I did not have the HDMI cable active, when we turn the unit on, how does it know which display to use? Is it supposed to be using the USB output for display, the display output for display, or the HDMI output for display? Other computers behave differently. Others will automatically auto-sense what display you plug in even after they've turned on. There's no one universal rule for this. I will say, the less expensive the computer is, the more finicky they tend to be regarding having a monitor turned on first before you turn the machine on. Okay, so it's turning on regularly now, whereas before it didn't turn on at all. And I do see a fan down here. And let's give this a minute to see if it initializes. If we get no post screen, a very simple thing that I could do, and I'm not recommending that you guys do this, but I could take the bottom off of it and see if any of the RAM or anything came loose. Look for the easy things. Now, if I'm a general consumer and I have purchased something brand new and it doesn't work, I'm going to send it back. Now, whether you want an exchange, which is what I would want an exchange. If the exchange then doesn't work, or I have a problem with it, then I want a refund. But again, this goes back to patience, understanding, and tolerance. We don't know how this was handled in shipping, but I can guarantee it did not leave the factory in an unbootable condition. The other concern is I might not have my HDMI cable plugged all the way in. That would be my fault again. So let's just try making sure that I can put that in there. It sunk in much further that time. It's a brand new plug. It's tight. As you can see, in both instances, this is on me. I'm a professional computer technician. I've been doing this over 30 years. And I have realized that I am often too gentle with plugs, especially on brand new stuff, where the minute I hit resistance, I stop because I don't want to break anything because it's brand new and I don't want to break it. But sometimes the plugs are so tight because they're new, they haven't been broken in yet. And I've got to use a little bit more force than I normally am, let's say, comfortable with. And so my first assumption is, have I got all my plugs plugged in all the way? Usually, when I'm plugging in equipment, I don't have to push an HDMI cable in that hard. Clearly, I needed to this time. Now, the more I unplug and plug in that HDMI cable over time, that's going to become easier and easier. This is not a bad thing, by the way. But I also am not constantly plugging and unplugging HDMI cables in. But imagine somebody who's impatient and intolerant, who perhaps plugs it into an outlet that's not getting any power, or doesn't have a cable plugged in all the way, who's now so angry that they have to send the unit back, even for a full refund, that they're going to leave a 1-star review, when really they're the ones who should be getting the 1-star review for failure to recognize they've created their own problem and they're blaming somebody else for it. So I am grateful that this happened and that it happened while we were live, so I can just give you a live demonstration of exactly what's very common in the industry. A lot of products are sent back that you can buy returned from Amazon. And I've shown this lots of times where I will see returned products that are brand new and there's nothing wrong with them. The end user, Lord only knows what their misconception was, but that comes to our benefit if we know to look for returned items, because more times than not, there is absolutely nothing wrong with those returned items. Sometimes I have to send something back. But as long as it's coming from Amazon, Amazon Prime Warehouse or Amazon Warehouse, I have that same 30 days to return it. And quite often, there can be a significant discount because it was returned. After all, if you were selling me a returned item for the same price as the used item, for brand new versus used, Why would I buy the used one? So there's no law that says they have to discount it. They do have to say it's returned or used. That's required, but they don't have to mark it down in price. But on the other hand, you as a consumer have no incentive to buy it. So how do you sell it? You lower the price. And in some cases on Amazon, that price difference could be quite large. So there's a number of items that I have purchased that were returned that more times than not, like 9 times out of 10, they're like brand new. I just scratch my head going, I can't even imagine what somebody did to send that unit to justify returning it, other than they had unrealistic expectations or simply changed their mind. But that customer attitude can save you a lot of money if you know to look for those returned items on Amazon. And again, same 30-day return. So if there was a good reason it was returned, you can return it yourself. And it might be worth that risk of potentially delaying your project if you have to send it back, if the savings is worth it. You know, if it's a $10 price difference, who cares? It's not worth it. But if there's a worthwhile discount, and it's for each of us to decide on our own, I just want to raise your awareness that that's a possibility. And that's how a lot of items get returned. For that reason that you just saw right now. This won't turn on, it's broken. It does turn on, it's fine. And then when they leave 1-star reviews complaining about their own ignorance because they're blaming it on the company, it just makes my head hurt. But it doesn't mean it doesn't work out to our advantage. We go through our standard Windows setup. So let's go through that right quick here, which is simply selecting our language, then our region, then our keyboard layout, skipping any additional layout for me personally. It wants to connect us to a network. I click I don't have internet and I have to tell it twice. There's the license agreement. You have to accept it or just put the thing back in the box and send it back. We'll put a username in here. I just put the word user since it's not mine. Well, I mean, it's mine, but who knows what will happen with it in the future. For the purposes of review, I'll put the word user. I leave the password field blank, so when we reboot, it goes right to the desktop, which I prefer. Finally, we're going to get the privacy settings up here in just a moment as it's, quote unquote, getting things ready for us. I always go through these the same. It doesn't matter if it's a laptop, a mini PC, a custom-built computer, something I bought used, something pre-built. There is a consistency that they're all treated equally, just as we should treat one another as humans. I apply that to other areas of my life as well. As a business owner, it makes the most sense that even if it's not necessarily the most efficient for that particular scenario, in the scope of scale, it is the most efficient way to do it. Like I say, slow and steady will always win this kind of a race. And then the evidence I have to that is the fact that I'm still in business. I still have customers and I still run a computer repair business. A lot of my competitors, they stick around 2-3 years and they're gone on average. So I'm very proud of what I've accomplished. And I'm also very lucky to have the customers I have that appreciate what I do for them and what I charge, that keep them coming back. And also that I don't have to do any marketing, that they refer me and I get enough referrals, enough for me to keep myself busy, but not so much that I have to hire employees, which again, I also appreciate. Now that we've got Windows booted up here, now I'm going to plug the network into it. And that's basically what these stickers are telling you, right? That's just your real world example. Now, I don't know if this network adapter is a 1 gig or 2.5 gig or who makes it. So let's go look at that now. First of all, I'm going to get rid of camera 1 so we can see the whole desktop. And we're going to go to the device manager. Now, the fact that I have this plugged in to the network, it's automatically downloading Windows updates, whether I like it or not. That's happening in the background. So even though you think you haven't asked your computer to do anything and it's sitting idle, it is not. Windows computers are quite complex machines that are running everything from hibernation files to temp files, resizing virtual memory and swap files, and potentially downloading and installing updates in the background, even though you physically have done nothing more than turn it on. Bear that in mind. It's a multitasking machine. So even though you're not aware it's doing all of these things in the background, including antivirus and things, that's the beauty of it. Let me right click on the desktop and let's change this resolution to something I can read, because 1080 is preferred over 4K for me. And we must be in 4K. Yeah, we are. Now I can read it. Let me check my power settings so it doesn't go to sleep on us while we're waiting for some updates. So we'll edit the power plan. Yeah, I definitely want to change that. That's maddening when the display goes to sleep and then you guys lose video every 5 minutes and I've got to shake the mouse. So we're going to set the computer never to sleep, because that's a feature for saving batteries. I don't know why any computer that does not have batteries would need a sleep mode, but that's just me. I don't see the logic in it. Now, right click on the start button and let's go to our system properties first and foremost and see what version of Windows we have and verify the hardware is what is advertised. It is an AMD Ryzen 7 Pro 5875U with built-in Radeon graphics. Right now we're at a 2 gigahertz speed, but that ramps up to 4.5 apparently when needed. It turbos up when the extra power is needed. We have 32 gigs of RAM installed. 3.14 is available because the other 0.6 is being used for the graphics card. We scroll down, we have Windows 11 Pro 23H2. This makes sense. If this model was released in October, that means it was released prior to 24H2 coming out. And this would have been installed at the factory, and that would have been the version at that time. Hence the discount. 24H2 upgrade is completely free and it will happen automatically, or you can force that to happen by going to Windows Update. So as I mentioned, it's already downloading updates right now. Not the 24H2 likely, but rather other updates to 23H2. Once it gets all those and it reboots, there may be a few more, or it may just immediately ask us if we want 24H2. We'll find that out while we're live. We'll close this out and we're going to go to our device manager. We're going to make sure everything looks good in here, that we have all of our drivers, and we can check and see what kind of network adapter we've got. So right here, alphabetized under the letter N, is our MediaTek. Now, the website said it was Wi-Fi 6. The Amazon product page is wrong. It's 6E. It's actually better than it's advertised. So you can see this works both ways, right? It's not just advertising incorrectly the things it doesn't have, but also advertising incorrectly the things it does have. So we, again, just as a common courtesy to Kamrui, we're going to make them aware of these mistakes. Now, if they don't correct them after made aware, we might have, an issue. But right now, we just assume it's an innocent little mistake. They make a lot of different computers with a lot of different possible configurations to each one. These are very easy mistakes when you've got a lot of inventory and a lot of different models and a lot of different configurations of those models where some wires get crossed. It's not uncommon and it's not a big deal. It is just a regular 1 gig Ethernet. It is not 2.5 and it's made by Realtek. I don't have any issue with that. I just like to know which one am I supposed to get. If I'm supposed to get 2.5 gig, I want to make sure I have 2.5 gig. This was unclear to me in the way it's promoted on Amazon, because it said 1 and 2.5 and we only have 1. So which is it? Now we know. Okay. Beyond that, of course, we do have a TPM on a CPU this new, so we are going to be 100% Windows 11 compatible. There's no circumventing policies to get Windows 11 installed, which some unscrupulous manufacturers will do and sell on Amazon and other places. Let's go to Windows Update and see where we're at. I can tell you it's been updating. I just know it. Sure enough, it's been updating. And then I like to make sure that Get the Latest Updates is turned on, and I will go to Advanced Options and turn on to receive updates for other Microsoft products to keep me up to date and to notify me when a restart is needed. I think these should be the defaults personally. With all that said, we're going to go back and wait for this process to finish. And while I'm waiting, I can get rid of this little silly cartoony thing. I type in search permission. I don't even have to type the whole word in. and it comes up with this suggestion here that says search permissions and history. I click on that and scroll all the way to the last option where it says more settings, turn that off, and our little cartoony thing goes away forever. Just like that. Now, even though I've closed Windows Updates out, it's still running in the background. If I go back to Windows Update, you'll see I have not interfered or interrupted it in any way. It's just running back there. These are important updates, and it's important that we grab them, especially on a new computer. You want to make sure before you start settling in and configuring it that you are fully secured, fully updated. And this is also a great way to test if you're going to get any noise issues, something squeaking, something's blue screening. Like, these Windows updates can be quite an intense process. This is a great benchmark for you to ensure that the computer you just built or the computer you just bought is, at the very least, installing the updates correctly. Now, how long it takes can depend on your internet connection and how many updates are missing. My best advice is plan to spend a couple hours out of the box from the time you hook it up to just get those updates done, restart, check for updates, restart, check for updates. You got some catching up to do, especially at an older model you're saving money on. That should be expected. And if you don't do that, then you're rolling the dice that as you get everything set up, that some update doesn't come in and bork the whole thing, negating all the time and effort you spent reinstalling and configuring things. So again, slow and steady is going to win the race here. It's a one-time event. When you buy it, you just go through this once, and it'll keep itself up to date from that point forward. Okay, that's the logic behind that process. So while that's updating, let me bring this, oops. Let me bring this camera down here so we can see what's going on while I talk to you. What questions do you guys have for me? This will be the time to ask. Make sure that's full screen. And let me jump back over to the chat room. Mecca Cameron said, I thought yesterday was live. You can always tell the live videos because they're going to be longer, first of all, and they won't have different edits. Like, you're not going to see this box over here, and in the next scene, this box is over here. That shows an edit has taken place, which can't happen during live without you seeing the box move, or me switching to a different camera temporarily, which usually, you know, whether it's a close-up camera or it's the desktop, gets pretty obvious that you can see those edits happening that are very unnatural compared to a live interaction like we have now. But overall, you can see that video is 12 minutes long. I pretty rarely make a live video that's 12 minutes long. But it was live. I did have a 3.5-hour video that, like this one, was completely live from beginning to end. And I just took pieces out of it that I thought were relevant to that specific machine, to just take all of the community out and all of the personal and informal discussion that we have here, the bulk of our videos, and condense it down for those people who are impatient and want to watch commercials. That's about as close as I can get to a commercial, right? Which is just, we take all the personality out of it. Here's the facts. It's very robotic. It's very cold. But there are a certain number of viewers that want that. And if I want to put that on Amazon, I have no choice. Like, for Amazon videos, they've got to be condensed and they've got to get right to the point. Amazon has some very strict rules. In fact, that video keeps getting rejected by Amazon because they say that I have provided personal information in that video, that 12-minute edited video, or what is it, 10.5-minute video? And I have scoured through the video and I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I have guessed and blurred out, like, we look at product IDs, maybe they think that's a product key. I resubmit the video after I edit it, re-render it, re-upload it. I have to wait 24 to 48 hours and it gets rejected again. But they don't give me a timestamp and they're not specific about what the problem is. So I go back and I edit it again. What is it? What am I saying, or what am I doing, or what am I showing that's breaking their rules? And in the video before that, I went through the exact same process 4 times, and I got so frustrated, I re-uploaded the original video I started with, the first upload to Amazon that they rejected, and this time they approved it. It's the same video they rejected. So clearly there's human reviewers at Amazon that are not all on the same page and don't understand what they're reviewing. So I've got an email out to Amazon now because I'm on my 5th edit of that previous machine we reviewed, and they rejected it again. But there's no timestamp. There's nothing specific. I don't know what the problem is. I don't want to argue with them. Just whatever it is they misunderstand, I'll cover it up. Right? Because educating them will be impossible. There are just too many employees that are probably all in India. Forget about it. I'm not taking on that battle. Just tell me what you don't like, and I'll take it out. That's just the least resistance, whatever. But to not publish my video, to give me a vague reason of what rule it is, that there's some personal information on it, I challenge you, look through that video. I don't see it. I have no idea. Somewhere in there, apparently, I am telling people to give me their personal info, or I am giving personal info. And if you can find it and make me aware of it, I would appreciate it, because I'm about sick and tired of this. I've about had it. There's no other platform I put my videos on that runs me through the ringer and also doesn't pay me. So yeah, I made sure Amazon heard me out. And I'm a platinum reviewer on Amazon. So it's not like I'm some stranger coming out of nowhere. Amazon and I have a history that even if they've never heard of me, they can go and look at my history and understand that I'm not some random crazy person, but rather a crazy person they've been working with quite happily for some time. So for me to do this is quite extraordinary, and I hope it gets taken with the seriousness of the context of the message, because I am beyond frustrated. Hey, there's our friend Mitch Morrison joining us, saying hello. Welcome in, Mitch. Blake wants to know, what brand of network equipment do you use at your home? Well, we've got a little bit of ASUS Store, a little bit of Netgear, a little bit of TP-Link, a little bit of sorry, the Mambo number 5 just came into my head for some reason. A little bit of QNAP by my side, a little bit of Synology. I shouldn't sing. I'm sorry. You gonna be okay? We don't have any particular brand other than what fits our needs, our budget at the time. We have a 10 gig switch that we ordered from AliExpress that we have not yet deployed but intend to. But we're going to keep a close eye on it because we're just not familiar with the brand. Our friends over at Serve the Home have had good things to say about it. I'm a little nervous. But at the same time, I recently had a Netgear switch have an issue for one of my clients that's pretty new. So just because you'd buy a name brand doesn't necessarily mean you'll be trouble-free, but that there is a peace of mind in the return process and warranty process. As long as you got a spare switch you can use in the meantime to keep your business up and running, send the other switch back. It's just the cost of shipping it, and then they'll send you a brand new one back in return. If we have a problem with the switch on AliExpress, too bad. You know, but that's what we did to save money and to kind of see if there's any value there. And it's going to take some time for us to live with it for a while before we can come to any conclusion if it was worth it to save the money, or if we would have been better off just buying a name brand network product. So we don't have any particular brand. We're not, I don't have an emotional connection to computers or networking equipment. There's no loyalty coming from me any more than there's any loyalty coming from it. It does its job. It does it to what I need it to do for the amount I'm willing to pay. And when that stops happening, I replace it. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about Intel or AMD or NVIDIA. It doesn't matter if it's a power supply manufacturer. I universally feel the same way about all components. They're there to do a job. The minute that either they're too expensive, I can't afford to hire them, let's just say, or if I find that their performance is degraded, like any other employer, I will replace them. And I will not necessarily replace them all from the same family. If it just so happens the same family has what I feel is the best value, that may happen for a while. But companies, they always change, and what's a great company today may not be a great company tomorrow. Look at how many CEOs Intel has gone through. Look at all the changes AMD and Apple Computer have gone through over the years. where they were, in the case of AMD and Apple, darn near bankrupt and releasing crap products, to then rising from the ashes like a phoenix. Who could have saw that coming? So I will not specifically pick a brand and say this is the brand I use, like I'm blind to anything else around me. That's only hurting me. And the message I'm trying to send to you is that you should use whatever networking equipment meets your needs. And what I use doesn't matter. There's no networking equipment I am suggesting you avoid, only that you understand your expectations. If you want to order something that is going to be based outside of the USA, that you understand you may not have the support if needed. Not that you need it, but if you do, it may not be there. But you will pay less for that product. That product also may not run as well. On the other hand, depending on how you're using it, it may not run any worse, right? Depends what the issue is. If it's the environment, the building, or you're just not using it that much to make any difference one way or the other. And finally, we talk about the news media. We talk about all of the false, fear-drumming, anxiety-driven news headlines. We've had a number of viewers that came in, and I just want to remind you, because I am sure 99.9% of you forgot about this. And I told you you would forget about it. Do you want to guess what? I want to see if you forgot. Do you want to guess what I'm about to remind you of that everybody was worried about? We had several people coming into our chat room saying something about the US government banning a big tech manufacturer. I just want to see how many people forgot about it. You know who I'm talking about? Becca Cameron said he started singing Mambo number 5 too. Anonymous says those constant Windows 11 updates. Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, without those updates, the hackers are always at work every day trying to steal from you. And you should be praising the feet of Microsoft for giving you those updates so regularly and for free. Because otherwise, by now, your identity would most assuredly have been stolen and all of your data would have been made public. And there's no putting it back. And since people don't know enough to do that, Microsoft takes that responsibility upon themselves to do everything they can reasonably do to keep up with all the latest theft attempts. And in return for all their investment and all their research and all that development and all the cost of distribution of those updates, why anybody would use Windows 11 and then complain about it makes no sense any more than going to a restaurant you don't like, ordering and paying for a plate of food you don't want to eat, and then going back to that restaurant again while still complaining about it. Like, obviously, that's not a product for you. You don't appreciate it. Let it go. Find a better suiting product. I don't understand whatever that frame of mind is that entitles somebody to something to be accommodated and specified for them to meet their unique expectations, which are unreasonable and don't take anybody else in the world into account. It's only what they think that matters. That's a bad attitude, man. And I'm not saying the person in the chat is implying that, but I see it so much online. It's just like entertainment for them. It's a weird form of bullying that I just feel is sad. Why anybody would voluntarily cause themselves harm and pay for it and then complain about it afterwards and go back and do it again? How does that work in their mind? If I didn't like those Windows updates so much, I wouldn't be using Windows, and I sure as heck wouldn't be watching a video about Windows. But again, I'm reading into a comment in a very negative way that may not have been what was intended. If you don't want to use an operating system with updates, basically you have to go offline. Whether you have an Android or an Apple product, if you're not getting updates, you're basically just opening your wallet and leaving it for anybody to take whatever they want out of it. And if you want to, I mean, I'm assuming you wouldn't want to do that, but maybe you do. I'm looking to see if anybody's guessing what company I'm talking about. Scott remembers. Scott in the chat room remembers. Remember, I predicted within a couple of weeks, not very long, all of you will forget about this because the media that drummed this up did so based way too early. There's been no follow-up and no mention of it ever since. TP-Link, that's correct. Stealth Mode's got it. Ghostly Lurkers got it. That's right. So if you do the Google search, TP-Link and hit news, there are these, I want you to go back and I want you to read how serious these accusations are. I want you to look at the date they were published, and I want you to find me a follow-up story now. Now, if this was unique and it very rarely happened, it might be a novelty. But the fact is, most of the news stories you're reading now, they are flooding you with so much information every day, it is nearly impossible for a human brain to keep up. So all they do is they move you from one fear to the next fear to the next fear with no resolution to the first fear. It's just not resolved. And if it is resolved, you have to remember to go back and look for it because it's no longer the clickbait that they're getting you addicted to every single day. They get you coming back for more. And if you do that, that's on you. If you're doing it and you're not aware you're doing it, I'm trying to make you aware. This is a common trap so many people in our society are falling for today, and the media companies are making a lot of money. That's not to say that everything the media companies publish is fear-mongering, but it is to say every day is another news day, and every day you got to fill that space with something new. It all doesn't have the same value. Some of these news stories are very important, and other news stories are just filling space. It's up to you to decide, but be aware that's what's happening. The news used to not be like this in the 70s and the 80s. It wasn't there to just fearmonger every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can thank CNN for this nonsense. So now when there isn't news, they make news up. Sometimes the news is about themselves. You've got to keep filling that space. That's got to be exhausting, wouldn't you think? But that's the world we live in. And TP-Link is just one that comes to mind that, here we go again, and there's one that we can verify and show you from pure, real reality, not from conjecture and not from some conspiracy theorist, that you can just verify the events that took place. And the question you should be asking yourself is, how many of these stories have you forgotten that you never got a resolution to that turned out not to be stories? Because I guarantee you this is only one you're aware of. But that's, for me, I now have to read every story on the news with a little grain of salt that this may just be filler, just filler content. And I should value that content accordingly. Is this disposable content or is this helpful, useful content? What is the goal of this content? Is it to get my click and to get me worried and scared, to get me coming back tomorrow? Because if that's what they're trying to do, overall, it's working. Becca Cameron said, I forgot all about TP-Link. Most people did. I think if you were to ask even computer folks who are into this stuff, if they remember it, most will tell you no, and the general public has no idea who TP-Link is, but probably recalls something about a Chinese network, something about networking being under scrutiny by Congress and potentially being outlawed in the US. And then it just went away. I have to laugh because if you tell somebody, first of all, I was thinking about this the other day. While we're waiting on updates, I'm just gonna share this thought with you. Imagine a movie where somebody's living in the 1920s, the roaring 20s, and they have a time machine and they are able to move up to 2025. They go from 1925 to 2025. Perhaps they've never seen anything made of plastic. There's no Ziploc bags. There's no comb. You know, I don't know what you used for a comb back then, but prior to the invention of plastic, and I want you to think about where plastic is used in the medical field, plastic is everywhere. But plastic wasn't always around, let alone television, color TV, launching rockets to putting an astronaut on the moon, to now landing spaceships back up, communications where everybody's got a telephone in their pocket, a world where there's a 24-hour news cycle on a television the size of your wall that's in every home, cars that they don't look anything like the cars you're used to seeing, moving at speeds you've never seen. Airlines, jet airlines never existed, and now you can fly from one continent to the other in a few hours. The amount of hatred people spew back and forth on this way that we communicate. If that's not a horror story, where that person from 1925 goes back to 1925 and says, I have seen the future and I don't want to be alive long enough, that is hell. Like, I think I died and went to hell. That's the future. And nobody in 1925 would believe him. They'd say, you're out of your mind. This guy's wacko. That would just be a great Twilight Zone, right? I just think that would be awesome. There's so many things we take for life every day, from a microwave oven to portable music and headphones. More than I can imagine. This movie could just be chock filled with somebody effectively being on Mars and just seeing a whole, well, not Mars, but let's say an alien planet where civilization has developed in a unique way that had never been part of the imagination to even think about being possible. And yet there it all is, and it would be so overwhelming. Even having electricity in your house, big grocery stores to go grocery. What is a Walmart? Holy cow! A Costco. What can you just imagine in just 100 years' time that would not be seen as the future that we're looking forward to? This would be a future, I believe, that people would say, what can we do to prevent this? I hope I'm dead before then, because I wouldn't want to live in that world. I think that would be an amazing movie. I would love to see that movie any day. All these things that we don't think about that did not exist 100 years ago. There's easily a 10-hour movie just in exploring all of the technology we don't even think about. And somebody from just 100 years ago would go, what is that? Why do you have that? What does that do? How is this not magic? How is this possible? Right? They'd just be wonderment and fear, especially when they see how it's being abused. Oh man, that would just blow my mind. Somebody make that movie. Channel Zero says, don't forget gas stations. Or what about electric cars? John says, I'll do it. I think you should. Send me a link to it. I'd love to watch it. Scott says, what about just from 1980 until 2025? Just 45 years. I don't know. I saw a lot of this coming in mid-1980s. I never imagined a smartphone. I mean, I imagined the flip phone for sure, but not the smartphone. The capability of these little guys is very impressive. And when I sit and think about what this little phone can do, it's not even a phone. It's a computer with a phone app. how much power that's got? Do you remember in the 1980s, if you got into a car accident, what did you do? How did anybody know to call the police or an ambulance when there was no phone? I mean, there was a phone somewhere. Anybody remember those days and what you would do? Sometimes you'd find payphones, or there'd be, here in the US, blue phones spaced out probably a couple miles apart. You'd have to get to one, or another driver would have to drive you, or they themselves would drive to one of these phones to alert the authorities that there's a fire, or that there's a car accident and an ambulance or a fire truck or paramedics are needed. That took a while. It wasn't so instantaneous. And in some ways, that's a lot better. But as it becomes better, then people are like, well, now everybody knows where I am and everything's tracked. Okay. Well, thank goodness we're not important. Thank goodness other people don't think so highly of us that we think of ourselves, that we're cared about what other people spy on us when other people are not spying on us. They don't care enough to spy on you. But there are tracking applications and such that automated, are looking for certain trends and things that they can try and sell you. But it's all computers. It's not people. And of course, people that are what we would be high value targets, people that are politicians or celebrities, they've got to be very careful, much more so than before. If Paul McCartney went to a grocery store in 1975, word would get out. Somebody might call somebody on the phone. They'd have to go to a payphone. Paul McCartney's here at the store. Come on, come over here. Now it can be instantly tweeted out, and he can be there 2 minutes, and he can't get out, even to this day. So that's a little frightening. Still installing this one last update. I'm waiting for that to finish so we can reboot. Remember, this will take a while. That's normal. And if you don't want that, maybe buy a more recently designed computer, recently released computer with the latest technology, so it has the latest operating system on it, or version of the operating system, and you won't have to do this. But if you don't mind doing this, and you know to expect it, I mean, either way, you're going to have to do updates. But the older the machine is, in this case, we've got a machine that's not quite a year old in the sense of when it was designed and built. So you've got a year's worth of updates potentially to have to be installed. If you get a machine that's using the latest and greatest, like that Minis Forum X1 AI, it needs some updates too, but nowhere near as many. So on the other hand, that machine's a lot more money. It's also a lot more capable, and it's also a lot more recent. This machine's still recent in the sense that it's brand new, but it was designed and built essentially back in October. Because of that, it has a reduced sale price, and you've got to just put a little bit more time in getting it back up to date. I think it's a pretty fair trade-off, in my opinion, because you only do this once, it's good to go. So how impatient and how intolerant are you? I have found that if you've got a deep wallet, if you've got all the money, you can be as impatient and as intolerant as you can afford. Otherwise, you're just being unreasonable if you're not willing to, if you're putting the demands of the rich onto others, but you can't back that up with anything. It's like waving away a mosquito. It's just like, get out of here. Planet Cryos with a $5 super chat said he just posted his last video for a while. Unless I find some more free time, it might be a few months, but we shall see. Yeah, Planet Cryos just did a build in a Be Quiet case, if I recall, a longer video than normal. I was a bit surprised because he said he'd been really busy. I wasn't aware that he was working on something there in the background. And yeah, good job, well done. And take a break, nothing wrong with that. Andy Kane said he had an issue. There was a driver in the device manager. We're going back to Andy had a an error, or in this case, I guess a device manager error that I wasn't real clear about. And he asked a couple of days ago during a live video, so I had to keep kind of moving along and then revisiting if Andy had responded to me. That's why we recommend the forums for this kind of support, that you jump in there, you can leave a free message on our message boards, and then we are able to get to it when we can focus solely on you, and then you're able to get to it when you can focus back on us and leave your response, and we go back and forth that way without me juggling or spinning plates over here, which is quite challenging for me to do at times. And so getting back to Andy's issue, he said he had a driver in his device manager that had an issue, and what he did is he rolled the driver to the previous version, and that solved it. And then he said he needs to update his BIOS still. And then my next question, just out of curiosity, is what driver was it? Network card driver, sound card driver? Mark Leibowitz said he had his first car accident in 1980, and fortunately the Telegraph delivery boy, I guess that's the newspaper, the Telegraph, happened by and was able to relay the message to the police on his bicycle. Yeah, well, there you go. Eddie Sawyer joins us, says hello, welcome in. The great thing about these kind of updates is you don't have to, we stand here during a live video and it's like watching grass grow. This is not how I install updates. If I have a machine like this, like let's say for example, I did not want to do a live unboxing of this. Yesterday, when I had time, I would have put this on the bench, I would have set this to update, and I would have gone back to doing whatever the heck I was doing yesterday. So at some point yesterday, I had to pick up my good friend Subaru Mike from the airport. Well, I would have set this to do these updates, turned my monitor off, and then went and did my ride, right? Picked up my friend at the airport. When I get back, this thing will just be waiting for me. I'm sure it'll be either waiting for a restart, it may even restart on its own, and then I'll check for Windows updates again. And if it finds, let's do 24H2, I know that's going to be a while. I'm going to turn the monitor back off after I send this on its way. And then I'm going to go back to doing whatever else I was doing, even if it's getting ready for bed and watching a little TV, maybe even going to sleep and checking on this when I wake up the next day. This is the most patient thing in the world. You don't have to push through it. Whatever it is that you need this for, I'm telling you, it is strongly advisable that you get those updates put in, no matter what it takes, but you don't have to sit there and stare at it and put your whole life on pause. Set this, do its thing. The older the machine is, probably the cheaper you bought it, and the more updates you're going to need. That's just one for the other. That's okay. Just turn the monitor off, or leave the monitor on. But I would turn the monitor off to save electricity. And, you know, if you want, set a timer on your phone for an hour. It should be long well done within an hour. It doesn't have to be right there. The minute it's finished, you restart it. Who cares? Whenever it's convenient for you. This should be your servant, not the other way around. But some people act like they have to respond to this instantly, or the minute their phone beeps, they have to instantly respond like they're some kind of a servant. This is your servant. It's not the other way around. Turn the beeping off. Put it on Do Not Disturb. Check it when you damn well feel like it. Who's ever on the other end will wait. Have you missed out on something because you didn't respond fast enough ever in your entire life? Maybe a couple of sales that by the time I was made aware of them, they had been sold out. That's the worst thing that's ever happened. Whatever it is, it can wait a few minutes or even a couple of hours at the worst. Now, if somebody's paying me to respond to them with a certain window of time, that's a different motivation. But I'm not going to be as simple as Pavlov dogs every time I hear a ding. Food. Bing. Hold on, I gotta get a message here. You know, it's ridiculous. If you want control of this instead of it controlling you, learn to use Do Not Disturb. It'll make your life so much better. At least it has for me. We have not been interrupted by my phone on a video in a long, long time. And anybody who's calling me for sincere purposes has never complained about the length of time they had to wait for me to return their call or their text. Because it's within reason. It's a couple of hours, right? How long am I doing a show? We started at 1, it's 3 o'clock now. If somebody would have called me right at 1 o'clock, left a voicemail or left me a message, it's still business hours. By the time we're done here today, I have time to call them back and focus on their call. That's par for the course. And they pay me, right? So it's not just a question of if somebody's paying me, there's still a reasonable time for a response. It does not need to be immediate. Now, if you're 12 years old, you got nothing going on in your life, different story. Mark Leibowitz said, I might have been a little facetious about the car. I said, I don't really think it matters, Mark. Skeeter wants to know if I'll use Christopher Titus's program to take all the bloat out of Windows 11. No, I like Christopher Titus, and I certainly don't want to be misunderstood on the topic. The problem with any sort of a tune-up application is they always have to be updated every time Microsoft releases updates. Not every time, but a lot of the times. Then the tune-up software also has to be updated in response, or it can start breaking things. It could even start breaking things that haven't happened yet. And then that blame would fall solely on Chris Titus, except you'd have to be able to prove it. For me, I don't build enough computers to justify the amount of time it would take to write that code, test that code, and keep updating that code into infinity. I would have to be doing 1,000 computers, you know. I'd have to be doing a large number of computer setups and configurations every day, like in a factory. And even then, that's not how I would do it. I would do system images, which is how Dell and HP do that. They don't manually go through each one. I can go and remove the bloat myself faster than the time it takes for this app to be developed and distributed without any of the potential consequences an app might cause, such as causing an update to no longer work in the future that won't install. There's potential. I want that potential removed. I'm not really aware of any bloatware in Windows anyway. It's not like the old days. Little shortcuts to things like LinkedIn and Spotify and Xbox Live. Those are tiny, just click, click. By the time I release the mouse button, they're uninstalled. And for Chris Titus there, he's got to keep updating this thing. He's never going to be done with it. And as he keeps updating and adding to it, it's itself going to need to be debloated at some point. You've got to appreciate the irony. So when I do, for example, the optimizer tool, my optimizer tool follows standard Microsoft practices. We don't do anything not recommended by Microsoft, number one. This reduces any chance of there being a future consequence to an update not installing due to a change we made because we thought it was superior to Microsoft's recommendation. I don't know what Christopher Titus or Chris Titus, what his code is doing, but if I don't run it, I don't have to worry about that potential. Number two, when Windows 10 expires, that Windows 10 optimizer will no longer be available for sale. We will remove it from the site. Once Microsoft abandons Windows 10, we now can focus on the Windows 11 optimizer. We will not do them both at the same time. When the Windows 11 optimizer comes out, we will continually update it as needed until Windows 11 support ends, at which point we will cancel that. We have to. Otherwise, we will be buried and we will have more work than if we just didn't do it at all. So for me to use the optimizer, it was never built to be sold to people. It was built for me to use in my business, so I did every computer the same and didn't forget any steps, and it just does it a lot faster than I do. And it's all done through Windows, which Windows allows you to do. I've just, between myself and of course Nick over at D7X Tech, condensed it into one tool. We're not modifying any registry entries that cannot be modified through the Windows settings. We're not adding any registry settings, and we're not removing any software or making any permanent changes into Windows itself. Because we can't see the future, we don't know what consequences might arrive from that. And on top of that, it'd be very difficult forensically to go back and figure out it was because of the tool. Now, somebody who has a passion project and they enjoy doing that, it's a great passion project for that person. But for me to get on board with their passion project, what's going to keep them around? What's going to keep that passion alive where he's going to want to keep updating this tool in 6 months, 12 months, 24 months? Give it time. As far as I know, he's got nobody, maybe I'm wrong, but he's got nobody as a backup team. So if he gets sick, if he changes his mind, he doesn't want to do it anymore, on a whim, it just stops getting updated. So I'd rather not even get involved with it to begin with for those reasons, but they're not personal. It's not like I don't think he's capable. I just don't need it. And if I don't need it, I don't want to add it to the PC as a potential point of failure or cause of future failure. If I never put it on there to begin with, that potential is eliminated. And the amount of time it would save me, negligible. It's not really any bloat. As far as I'm concerned, the closest thing you have to bloat on a Windows 11 computer may be Microsoft OneDrive, but you might need that. Microsoft Teams, which isn't really that much bloat anyway. And I removed the remote desktop connection for security reasons, not for bloat, on the Pro version of Windows 10 and 11. Everything else are shortcuts. They're just shortcuts. Who cares? You just don't want to see them, but they're not having any impact on performance. I would challenge you, de-bloat Windows and run all your performance tests before and after. There's no difference. If there is, it's so minor as to not make any difference outside of benchmarks that could be measured by a human being. Now, back in the old days when we had real bloat, actual large applications that were consuming a large amount of resources that were affecting our computer performance, and that when you uninstalled them still left behind a lot of stuff. It was a dirty uninstall. Still stuff in the registry and your system files, and Windows was never put back right. It was always just a little bit slower than it should have been, even when the app was removed. That's what we call bloat. What you're talking about is not bloat. It's a twisted conflation of resource hungry, and I'm talking resources on your storage drive, resources on your RAM. That's not happening. So this need for an app to remove what are shortcuts that you could just right click and hit uninstall, by the time you release the uninstall button, they're already gone. Talk about bringing a gun to a knife fight. Holy cow. But look, if that's what you want to do it. I don't want to do that. That's a waste of my time. And I feel bad for the developer, because once you go down that road, he is now committed to have to keep updating that every time Microsoft makes a change. And Microsoft's got thousands of employees, but how many people are working on this app? Who do you think is going to win in the long run on that one? Who's going to give up first? So for that reason, I don't see any benefit in having it. I see potential harm from using it. And I don't think what it's doing is beneficial any more so than what I've been doing without any specialty crutch. But that's just me, and that's my personal opinion. And who knows? Maybe ignorance is bliss. Maybe there's something I don't know that makes this tool worth the risk. But I'm honestly not interested. I somehow have managed to run my business all these years without that. So that's the way I look at it. Now, there are certain tools that aren't negotiable, tools that I need in my business. Tools such as my screwdrivers, my pliers, the couple of diagnostic software programs like MemTest 86 or running Cinebench R23 demo just to see if things are getting hot or have an issue, things like that, right? They affect my ability as a tech to work efficiently at a profit and consistently, that I'm not running just certain applications on certain computers. They're all treated exactly the same. So I don't need that to be any more complex or time consuming than it already is. I appreciate the question. It's a fair question. And good luck to Chris Titus on that development. I'd like nothing more to be proven wrong that somehow that Microsoft wants to buy that app that he's developed and put it in Windows. That would be awesome. But until that happens, it's a novelty from my perspective. Skeeter says he got a Minisforum UM690 Ryzen 9 6900HX processor with 32 gigs of RAM and 1 terabyte NVMe storage with Windows 11 installed for $249. That's a steal. Where'd you find that deal at? Edward's wondering if his BIOS gets automatically updated by Dell. Many of the big manufacturers like Dell and HP, Lenovo, Samsung will submit their updates, BIOS updates, to Microsoft to be certified and released through the Windows Update process. Yes. But when you build your own computer, you have to do it yourself. So that's how the difference is. Companies have to pay Microsoft for that service, and it's not cheap and it's not quick. But it does happen automatically through Windows updates from those big manufacturers because they spend that money and go through that Microsoft process. Because you got to do it Microsoft's way, and Microsoft isn't doing all that work for free, so you got to pay them for it, and they're not cheap. But that's an added benefit if you're worried about always having the latest BIOS and you feel it's a very technical or scary thing. Most like the big name laptop manufacturers are going to provide updates through that process, through Windows Update. And of course, Dell and HP, whether it's a desktop or a laptop, will provide updates through Windows Update. And the latest Snapdragon devices will also get any BIOS updates universally through Windows Update only. Yep. Charlie wants to know, are there any ideas on why they changed Outlook? I mean, who knows why Microsoft does what they do? They might be planning ahead for some other service that they're looking to implement. And in order to prepare for that, Outlook has to be able to have certain features built into it. It may be that they have to always seem fresh from the investor's standpoint, looking for returns on their financial investments. Where's my dividends? What are you doing to project realistically what your income's going to be? What are we doing to bring customers back and to generate more revenue? Or should I just sell all of my stock and move on? So you've got to satisfy your investors first. That is the rule number one of a big publicly owned company, is you're not there for your customers and you're not there for your employees. You exist solely to the financial benefit of your investors. So sometimes that's to a customer's detriment. We're going to start turning on subscriptions and forcing people to pay. Would be something Adobe perhaps said to their investors. Probably some customers weren't real happy about it. I imagine, and all I can do is imagine, that Microsoft has to continually show innovation and potentially update products in a way that they can be built onto in a way that they're not using now. That's my guess. But honestly, you'd have to be working at Microsoft to get that information, because Microsoft has competitors, and so they're going to keep a lot of their information private, and they're going to play their cards close to their chest, as would any other poker player. All right, we're doing our update after our first round of updates, and there should be some more updates. So we'll give this a minute. Now, what I can tell you so far, this machine's been whisper quiet. I've not really heard any fans running. I'm assuming it's got 2 fans because it looks like there's one under. And of course, we've got one on the CPU where you can feel the hot air coming out the top of the unit where the CPU is on top, we never access that side of the motherboard. There's nothing serviceable on that side. So usually when we take the bottom off is where we can find anything we want to upgrade from Wi-Fi card, RAM, storage, etc. And if you're lucky, if you bought a good machine, they'll have a little air circulation under there to help keep those components cool. If you do not have a fan under there, you should not be adding faster, higher performance drives that get hotter, or should you be adding more drives, regardless of performance, because you're just trapping more heat that's affecting the RAM and other storage that's already sharing that space. That could have, and likely will have, a negative performance impact. So I recommend, as much as possible, order the machine the way you want it. Don't open it up to upgrade anything unless you're ordering a bare bones computer. And then if it is bare bones, do it once, put it back together, and stop taking it apart. Unless you like to constantly fix problems and you're never happy unless you're upset, my strongest recommendation is configure it the way you want it, set it up once, and start actually using the computer for why you have a computer. And if you really like upgrading and repairing things, go into the business, right? Because if you keep taking yours apart looking for problems, you're going to create problems that you wouldn't have had otherwise. And if you like that, don't let me stop you, but generally the consensus is people don't like that. They like it as long as they can fix it. But as soon as they get in over their head, then there's regret and remorse. But my strongest advice to my clients, who are often very much distressed when the machine doesn't do what it's supposed to, is to check with me before making any changes. Not all changes are bad, but if you never change anything, you should expect the same consistent action and reaction from the computer. Once you make a change, and especially if that change is voluntary, expect the worst and hope for the best. Once you get over that hump, you should be good to go. The more often you do that, the more anxiety you keep adding, and every time you get away with it, you're getting closer and closer to that time it's no longer going to be feasible anymore, that you would have caused your own problem voluntarily out of boredom, I guess, or curiosity. And for that, go to Goodwill or something and buy an old computer. That way it doesn't matter. But if you get all stressed out because you broke something that's important to you and you did so because you just had nothing else to do, or you were inspired from some video you saw, and the consequences are now you've got a non-working computer that was fine before you modified it, accept responsibility for what you did and learn from it. We'll do what we can to help you out of that hole. That's why we're here. We're always happy to help our viewers, of course, our members, whether it's in a live chat or in our message form. And of course, the community loves helping others in the community too. It's not just me. We have an army of friends looking to help each other out. But hopefully, it's a learning lesson that's not repeated, that we understand action and reaction, and you choose which one's more important to you. In my scenario as a professional computer tech, nobody's calling me happy their computer's down. I did it to myself again, Carey. Ha ha ha. I don't get those calls. So if that exists, I've never seen it in my life. Let me go full screen here on camera 2. And let's go back to Windows Update. Now, this will eventually offer us 24H2. If it doesn't, we can force it. And you'll see I constantly hit the check for updates button. I want to see that bar move across the screen so we can look for updates to our updates. And one of those should be 24H2. At the same time, I could just download the Windows 11 Installation Assistant and force it on. But as you can see, by being patient, it's coming in on its own. Let me explain routine and expectation. Its scale, what I see a lot of, determines my default reaction to things. Some people see something very minor and they make it out like it's a big deal, and it isn't. So when I see, especially with the Asian manufacturers, making mistakes in their Amazon listings, and I'm not crying foul or deception, it's pretty common, and it sometimes isn't always in their benefit. So today, yesterday rather, when we were looking at how this Kamrui PC was advertised on the Amazon page, There's a few mistakes. It says it has a dual LAN that's both 1 and 2.5 gig. It does not. It's a 1 gig LAN. It's a Realtek 1 gig LAN. There is no second LAN. Simple mistake, probably from a copy and paste. No big deal. We see it's a Ryzen 7, which is a relatively powerful processor. A couple of years old, but nonetheless. And when we unbox it, we see it's got a older version of Windows 23H2 instead of the latest version 24H2. And again, that's easily expected and nothing to cry foul about. It's an older machine. Likely that's what's causing its reduction in price. I don't see anything here that doesn't make any sense. We went ahead and did the updates during yesterday's video, and we were not able to complete those updates by the time when the video had ended. We ran out of time. It was still updating. But after the show, I went ahead and ran some tests on it, and that's when I found some things that are not easily excusable. One of the things I found right away is in the product listing for this, the Kamrui PC, this specific one, there are 5 other computers, and when you look at the reviews, you don't know necessarily which review is for which computer on that page unless you specifically seek out that detail. Also, when I look at when I look on YouTube for product reviews of this, I'm finding like robotic type AI still images with a voiceover talking about how great this is without any human being or hands demonstrating it. They just took still photos, made a video out of it. You know, the views pay the same, so why put more effort into it than you have to? I also found 2 content creators that did not even open it up and just said how great it was without demonstrating what the limitations were. So the first thing that it acknowledges on the Amazon page is it has 2 M.2 slots, one that's an NVMe drive and one that's a SATA M.2 slot. And I assumed, of course, they're using the NVMe drive on a system of this caliber. They would not be using the SATA. That's too slow. And if you look at prices for the same capacity M.2, 512 to 512, 1 terabyte to 1 terabyte, you often find the SATA drives are 5 to 6 times slower and cost the same, if not more. So why would you spend more for the same capacity to go 1/6 the speed? Nobody would do that, right? Well, that seems like that's what they did here. Now, this machine is a very respectably fast computer, but it is being voluntarily handicapped or limited by the drive they've selected to put in there. And the Amazon listing doesn't say what kind of drive it is. It just says it's an M.2 drive, so they're not lying. But they're also not being fully transparent. And that's where things take a turn for the worse. Because while I'm willing to give Kamrui every benefit of the doubt, it wasn't until I got to that part of the testing that I realized a few things. So let me go to the screenshots that I took. Because remember, it's all about the price. For what they're asking for this, currently $320, plus we have an additional discount code in our video notes. I went from yesterday saying I don't see any reason to buy it to today saying I want to retract that. I'm not sure that this is that good of a value after all, because the cost for you to replace that drive defeats the discount on the thing to begin with. So I took some screenshots of both the Cinebench R23 results, which I don't really care about. It's not designed to run that kind of work, but just out of curiosity, you know, how will this perform? What sort of heat will we get out of it? How loud will it get? Well, it never really got loud. And of course, we didn't have time to take a look at the BIOS and see what's going on in there. So we can investigate this further today, which involves also opening it up. And I was not expecting this. I just thought there's no way they did that. There's no way they bought the cheapest set of tires on the market to put on a high performance sports car. It doesn't make any sense. It's mismatched. And suddenly now the value isn't there anymore. So let me go over to my images, which I have to find. Give me just one moment here. We'll go to figure out which folder I put my images in. They're over here. Yeah, okay. So let's take a look at Cinebench results first and foremost. These Cinebench results, they show us our score in the upper left here, the CPU multi-core and single-core scores, which are fine. I mean, for what this processor is, it's doing what this processor does. Maybe a little bit low, maybe a little under wattage. The reason I say that is when I come over here and look at the temperatures, it never broke 84.4. I think that's what that says, 84 point something. And that's likely limited in the BIOS to prevent it from getting hotter than that. That's my guess, which means they're playing it very cautious in the configuration of this machine, a little bit conservative. This machine could do a bit better. 84.8 Celsius was our highest temperature recorded. Did I not expand the individual cores? It doesn't matter. The point is, I would expect a little mini PC like this to hit 95 before it throttles. They're throttling a bit early. However, better to have it throttle early than late over a long-term use. But then, it's really not the best use for a kind of computer like this anyway to do that kind of work. It can do it. So that doesn't... I know there's some performance left on the table here, and probably out of caution would be my guess. And I haven't gone into the BIOS to see if we can boost that up a little bit, but it's not going to make a night and day difference regardless. You'll just see some difference in benchmarks primarily. What did concern me, however, was my Crystal Disk. It's not info, Crystal Disk. Crystal Disk Mark right here. So Crystal Disk Mark shows 547 megabytes per second read speed instead of the 4,000 I was expecting on a Gen 4 drive. For that matter, we don't even know if this is Gen 3 or Gen 4, but we do know that one of the M.2 slots in this dual M.2 slot configuration runs at SATA. I just didn't expect that to be what they used. This should be like a data drive. In fact, I wouldn't use a second drive in any mini PC because of the heat that's trapped in it. But on the other hand, if a mini PC does have a cooling fan down in that section of the RAM and M.2, well, then that's a slightly different story. You're still adding more heat, but at least you've got a fan, an active fan, to do more than just passively cool this thing with no movement of air. So these numbers, I had to take a double take. I had to look at them twice thinking, that can't be right. We haven't seen numbers like that for 15 years. So I take another look at Crystal Disk info without opening the unit up just to see what's in there. And I see that the unit is serial ATA. I see that the connection is a serial ATA connection. Now, what gets me about this is if we go on Amazon and we price out a 512 gig M.2 drive, you know what, let's just do it now. Let's get rid of this image. I want to show you why this is unacceptable. This is an Achilles heel to what is otherwise a great configuration, in my opinion. If we jump over to Amazon here, let's get over here, and we'll turn on window capture. And we're going to type in 512 gig M2 SATA. Okay, so what's that going to cost us? 30 bucks? Let's just call it 30 bucks, okay? Doesn't matter who makes it. A SATA, SATA. Let's change that to NVMe and see what our cost difference is. It's approximately $2 more. And if we keep scrolling, I suspect, yeah, same exact price, $30. Same exact price. Now, granted, this one's not going to go at 4,000. This is only a Gen 3. But still, at 2,400 megabytes per second, we're 5 times, certainly over 4 times faster with the same capacity for the same price. Why would we not do that? I don't understand. There's no cost savings involved. And why would you degrade the capabilities of your product voluntarily, which could seriously restrict sales and leave customers dissatisfied by not meeting standard expectations. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around this. I haven't seen a SATA-based M.2 installed by default in anything in a long, long time. Certainly if we're talking about computers that are 8 or 9 years old, maybe. But even then, not so much. You have to go back pretty far for that to start to become... the SATA NVMe drives were never really popular. Sorry, not NVMe. The SATA M.2 drives were never really popular because SATA is SATA. So what difference does it make if you're running a cable to it or you're plugging it in the slot? And so when the M.2 form factor started releasing these little M.2 form factor or next generation form factor drives, they sort of released the SATA and NVMe versions at the same time, as I recall. If not, it wasn't very long. There was no benefit to putting the SATA drive into the M.2 connector because it wasn't getting you any more speed. It reduced the need for a power and data cable, but otherwise everything else was the same. And if you could go 5 times faster in your read and write speeds, and in that case it was a couple of dollars more, maybe $5 or $10 more even back then, isn't that a no-brainer? Like, just either plug a drive in the old-fashioned way. If you want to use the new M.2 connector, get NVMe. And the problem is the M.2 connectors are typically only going to support either NVMe protocol or SATA protocol. Very few of them support both. It gets a little complicated. They do exist, but they're pretty rare to see them. So that means the only thing that M.2 slot will accept will be either NVMe or SATA. And since SATA is sort of redundant when you already have SATA drives, and all you're doing is changing the interface and how you're plugging it in, and I suppose the size of it, right? It's a little more compact. There is no speed differential. There's no technological differential with regards to performance, longevity, reliability. All of that's the same. So, I'm looking at this last night and I'm thinking to myself, if I would have known this, I would not have accepted this for review. But now that we have it, I have no choice but to be honest and let you know what I have found reduces and reverses my recommendation for the product. In order for this product to be a value, they need to put an NVMe drive in it. If this product requires a consumer to change anything in it to make it decent, then I would say buy something else. When you buy a brand new product, you should not have to be opening it up and modifying it. Now, if they sold a bare bones version of this, where you had to provide your own RAM, storage, and operating system, and it was discounted accordingly, it may go back on my recommendation list depending on what that price is. However, between the mistakes made on the website, they mentioned it had Wi-Fi 6. It does not. It has Wi-Fi 6E, which again works against them because somebody might not buy it because of the information not, being inaccurate. Somebody says, well, if it doesn't have Wi-Fi 6E, I'm not going to buy it. They say it has Wi-Fi 6. It has Wi-Fi 6E. There's, one mistake after another that, again, I can say, that's pretty common. It's no big deal. But this, having a SATA M.2 drive is such a small capacity at this price, surrounded by 32 gigs of RAM and a Ryzen 7, it's so mismatched and out of place, it completely ruins the mini PC. It's easy to fix if you want to spend some more money, but if you wanted to spend some more money, you could have bought a different manufacturer's mini PC that's better equipped, potentially for less cost, and certainly less labor of you opening it up and sourcing an NVMe drive and replacing it, and then you'd have to then clone the operating system over or reinstall the operating system from scratch, which is a lot of investment from an end user on a brand new product that should come out of the package ready to roll, minus, doing the updates. So I am profoundly disappointed. And I thought, well, we have an opportunity to discuss this. Let's go ahead and open it up and see how serviceable it is. And we can try, doing an Acronis clone over to an NVMe drive. I have plenty of spares. Most end users don't have a single spare or even know what it is. And let's see how this opens, because that gives us a good excuse to get in there anyway. I want to find out if this is in fact a fan, because now I don't trust what I'm seeing on the Amazon page. If there's already this omission of what the M.2 drive is. They never state if it's SATA or NVMe. There's no reviewer who seems to acknowledge that this is a SATA drive. And I don't know how often they have changed the hardware in here since this has been out for a couple of years, and I don't know how old the reviews are. So it may have been configured with an NVMe drive months ago, but it does not seem to be the way they're equipping them today. It seems like a pretty sketchy thing to do. I can't believe somebody would say that, oh, we didn't know, because if you have a SATA drive, it only works in one of the M.2s. So if you're building these all day at a factory, and now suddenly you're being told to install this other drive into this other slot, why? Clearly that's done with intention. It's not done out of, we didn't know. Because if they truly didn't know, by installing the SATA drive into the other M.2, the system will not recognize the drive, and vice versa. So let me see how this comes apart here. I believe screws are underneath these sticky feet. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Not a fan of hiding screws at the bottom of the unit that nobody will see. The sticky feet do not have to cover the screws. The sticky feet could go around the screw. It could go to the left of the screw, to the right of the screw, below the screw, above the screw. Depending on the case, there's plenty of room under here for the sticky feet to be moved slightly around, or the sticky feet could be made with holes in the center of them, so access to the screws does not require the sticky foot removal. The problem with removing the sticky feet is oftentimes they will not stick back on with the same strength. Sometimes the sticky material stays stuck to the case instead of the foot. And the more often you do this, the greater your odds of tearing the rubber of the foot, or that the sticky material simply isn't sticky anymore and you find the rubber feet on the floor. And then you have to get some kind of a glue, which is going to make it much harder to remove. Or you go on Amazon to buy more sticky feet. And then if it were me, and I was going to live with a computer with sticky feet like that, I wouldn't open it more than once. And if I was planning on opening it more than once, I would buy brand new sticky feet from Amazon, which is again adding cost to the unit, and I would place them here, 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 and here. You'd never know any difference, and you'd never have to deal with it again. Why the manufacturer insists on doing this, it is beyond any sort of logic or reason. It's certainly not a cost issue. It's just a choice. And I wish they would make better choices for their customers, which is better for them. Now, the good news is the screws are not buried deep in here. They are right on the surface. And let's open this up and see what's inside of here. I do require complete transparency on my videos that we shoot live and unscripted, and pure honesty if I am disappointed, or if I can see something that, yeah, I can see how a mistake can get made. So to be clear, I understand how they could say Wi-Fi 6 instead of 6E. I understand how they might say it's got dual LAN or 2.5 gig LAN by mistake. But leaving out that this drive is SATA is pretty critical to hindering the performance of this machine's total capability that has no cost benefit, none whatsoever. So that, I can't find any reasonable excuse why that would happen, and it feels deceitful and wrong regardless of what the intention was. I can't say, but it's at this price point, unacceptable. So what I'm going to do, there also doesn't seem to be any, oh yeah, there's a little lip right here. Right here we have a lip that should release this cover. Sometimes it takes a little thin tool or a thin screwdriver. And if this is a fan, I want to be sure, or there's antennas, not to rip up on this too quickly, or I could rip those wires off and damage the unit. Now, if you cause damage to the unit, that's not a warranty issue, that's a you issue. So again, something's holding us in right here. We saw this before with the other mini PC where there were, in addition to screws, there were some clips. Yeah, so we just bend away on the plastic. Very carefully lift that up. There's no fan here. I don't know what this hole is for. There's no holes for screws to mount to it. And it doesn't seem to be ventilating to anything. There's just a big metal cover over that. That metal cover is going to trap the heat, whatever under it. And I don't understand its purpose for being there. So what I'm going to do is remove this cover. This is highly unusual. One of the initial problems I had when trying to turn this on for the first time, if you were watching yesterday, was that I neither had the power cable nor the HDMI cable in all the way. Not that it's a problem, but it's a little concerning how tight every single port on this computer is. This is my keyboard USB dongle for the keyboard and mouse here. You've seen me use these over the last few years, and I routinely just take it out and slide it into the USB port. There's no sliding it into the USB port on this model. For some reason, it requires a lot of force to get that in there. Now, that's not necessarily bad, but it's not normal. That's not how tight a USB port should be. And hence, when I first turned it on, you know, the HDMI cable required additional force that I'm accustomed to applying, especially on a brand new piece of hardware that I want to be gentle with. I don't want to break it. So when you start adding everything up together, all these little things, I refer to that as death by 1,000 paper cuts. Each little paper cut in and of itself is easy to dismiss, but after a certain amount of them, what goes from an annoyance can go to a very serious medical problem. In much the same way, when manufacturers have oversights or mistakes, it's easy to understand how they can happen. But when they start to stack up on just one particular unit, I got to start wondering what's really going on here. Now, I've removed these 4 screws that hold this metal plate in. I don't normally see a metal plate underneath the cover. That's very unusual. And I don't like that this metal plate has no ventilation. I can only assume, well, you know what, I'm not going to, I'm done with assuming with this manufacturer, because if this is the desperation of the economy, if that's why we're looking at this, we've never had this kind of issue with them before. How desperate are these companies getting to start getting people to spend money? Has it come to having to use inferior parts and to cripple the performance of a machine while still being able to generate a pretty good profit? Because it certainly appears that initially, from my perception, this was a really good and attractive price. All right, well, this appears to be a giant heat sink. That's what I'm looking at here. So why the heat sink has to be any bigger than covering the 2 M.2 drives, this has some thermal tape. You get no additional thermal tape. We've got a BIOS battery. We've got 2 sticks of 16 gigs of RAM. You know what? I'm just going to bring these up to the camera so you can judge for yourself. In many other mini PCs, like we receive from, say, Minisforum, we get name brand RAM like Lexar. Here, I don't know what this is. It looks like it's trying to give you the impression that it's Kingston. But a closer look says that's not Kingston. It's DDR4, 3200 speed. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, what's interesting is this port, hard for me to see it when I'm showing it to you. Look at the writing underneath this port. PCIe SATA. So apparently, I'm guessing, it's telling us this is the PCIe slot and this is the SATA slot. Or is it saying this one slot can be either? Our drive manufacturer information and everything on the drive is covered with thermal tape, which we can remove. There's our BIOS battery. And usually under the M.2, we can find a Wi-Fi card. Yeah, right back there. That's typically serviceable if you wanted to remove it, upgrade it, replace it. I was not a fan that this was a MediaTek Wi-Fi card, but it's not that uncommon, so I can't. Again, I can easily see. I can be understanding with simple little mistakes. This takes it too far for me. So let's take the M.2 drive out. That screwdriver is too big. Usually that's the driver I need to remove those screws. That's going to require a precision driver. That's not normal, but okay. Shouldn't have to do this. If this was like a Ryzen 3, if this was more of an entry-level machine, or if this was priced another $60 less, it makes it an easier pill to swallow. But even still, knowing that the whole performance of this machine is being held up by this one drive should never have been placed in here to begin with. I'd almost say the cost of this at $320 on sale would be a good price without this drive. But with this drive, it's adding a burden and a hindrance that is holding the whole performance of the machine up, and everything you do is going to take longer. So it would be better if they forced you to replace it at the same price. Let me rephrase. If they forced you to replace it at a discounted price, or they just didn't include it at the same price, just sell it as a bare bones machine. In fact, sell it at $300, let's say, and tell you you're on your own for your storage and your operating system. Be a bit of a fairer deal, not quite as an extreme deal, but still not a ripoff. So as I take the M.2 drive out, we can see our Wi-Fi card installed in the standard place right there. Yeah, and it doesn't say anything next to the other M.2, so it makes sense this would be the SATA, and this would be the PCIe or NVMe drive. As for who makes this, I don't even know why it has thermal tape on it. It's a SATA drive. It's like carrying an umbrella on a cloudy day that isn't raining. You're not protecting yourself from the sun. You're not protecting yourself from the rain. Why have you opened the umbrella and are you walking under it? There's absolutely no purpose for that thermal tape on a drive this slow. It just won't get that hot. Remember, heat is going to be related to performance. Lower performance, lower heat. Lower heat, less need for additional cooling. So that thermal tape is on unnecessarily. I don't know who Radeon is or what they make, but I see the two notches, which right there indicates to me this is a SATA drive. I haven't seen one of these in years, and I don't expect to find it in a modern day higher performance machine. I can't make heads or tails of that. I don't know why somebody would do this. You've taken a very capable machine and you have voluntarily configured it with a piece of hardware that is critical to this machine's ability to run at its peak performance. The rest of this machine will be waiting on this drive. Now, it normally wouldn't be that big of a deal if this were like a data drive, a spare drive, but as our main boot drive and as the default drive that this comes with at a $320 price, I can look past the no-name brand RAM. I don't have any problem with it. I'm not quite sure about how warranty is going to be fulfilled on that. I do have a concern about this big metal plate. If in fact the reason for this is to add, the heat transfer off of the NVMe drive, why does it go all the way across the RAM? It only needs to be here, and then this should be cut out entirely. That way some air can get in here. Otherwise, what's the point of this vent? So there is no active air cooling in here. and this area can get very, very hot. So I wouldn't put the highest performing drive in there, but I would certainly put a respectable Generation 3 NVMe drive. So let me go over to my inventory. I know I have a lot of these laying around. In fact, probably some I've taken out of other mini PCs that were less expensive than this, to be quite frank, which makes this all the more staggering to discover. I had never seen this coming. This really, really surprised me. If you can't tell from my reaction, it's a very genuine reaction. Never saw this coming. So let me take a look at some NVMe drives I've got here. Oh. Let me just bring these over to the table. We'll look at them together. I don't know what sizes and what brands I've got. They're just sitting on a shelf collecting dust. So you might as well put them to better use than that. This is an HP EX900 250 gig. 256. These are all 200s. Half the capacity of what's in there is 512. Here is a Kingston What is this Kingston? Kingston 512. Let's do this. The good news is they do give you the spare M.2 screw. They've left it in the standoff. So they did that right. I appreciate that. And let's place this into the other M.2 slot right here. And even this isn't going to need a heatsink. We'll use it because we've got it, but it's not required. This isn't that fast. And I would expect to see speeds of, if it's Gen 3, we're looking at 2,500 to 3,500 megabytes a second, which is still 5 to 7 times faster than the one next to it, with the same capacity. And it's not costing me anything because, quite frankly, I've just got it laying around. I'm going to just put this thermal tape on top of here. Usually it goes towards the connector part. That's the part you want to keep cool. The DRAM that's towards the back of the drive where the screw is, you don't so much have to worry about covering that stuff up. The DRAM is not what we're worried about overheating. It's the controller. Well, we're going to leave all this open because I don't know what other surprises might await me in this process. So until I am confident it's complete, I will wait until then before I reassemble it. And I will remove the SATA drive, securely erase, well, not securely, but reset the drive back to factory and then go put it on the shelf. So should I have some old piece of hardware rolling in from 15 years ago, you know, might need it someday to help revive an old system for a client. A client who's broke and has nothing, and that's all they have. And, you know, I've got this thing that's pretty much worthless sitting on my shelf that I took out of a poorly configured machine. Happy to give it a second life where it's in use in a more appropriate environment than in a brand new Ryzen 7 computer. I mean, I still cannot believe that somebody made that decision and diminished the value of this machine significantly in doing so. I'm going to look in here for my Acronis. Where is it? You know, I think I want to take two approaches. Well, let's just try Acronis. I was going to say I could just reinstall Windows and grab the drivers off of the other drive that's already got Windows on it. Everything slid to the back of the drawer. Acronis, where are you? Let's try Acronis 2024 first. See what happens. Grab that. I'm going to leave the network unplugged on this. I do need an HDMI cable though, so we can see what's going on here. And again, I got to make sure that I put a little extra force into this plug because every plug on this is extraordinarily tight and I don't know why. Now, of course, the more you plug and unplug things, the looser these things will get. But man, Wow, that's crazy that it's that tight. For some reason, it's already powered itself on. Let's go ahead and switch over to the output of this, and let's find out what it's doing. Likely it's going to be booting to this drive here. It's got a little red LED lit up on it that shows it's active, and we'll have to get into the BIOS and tell it we want to boot from this flash drive. Because this is a bootable drive, it's going to default to this one first. So let me switch over to camera 2. Yeah, we're already at the desktop. So it's not that 550 megabytes per second is a slouch. It's that this is a brand new machine and it's utilizing older hardware inside of it, and it's not fully disclosing this information on the website. And some of the information on the website's just flat out wrong. And you combine these two things together, the misinformation and omission of critical information, it certainly makes me very concerned about what the motivation is here. It no longer seems to be an innocent mistake anymore. So I'm going to go back over to, let's see, Windows Update. Remember, we're not plugged into the network, but it doesn't matter. I'll go to Advanced Options. I will go to Recovery. I will go to Advanced Startup here. We'll click Restart Now. And that's going to get us a menu upon restarting, and one of the options will be to restart into the BIOS. Then you don't have to worry about pressing the right key at the right time, and then you miss it, and you got to wait for Windows to finish. Keep doing this over and over until you finally get in there. The Elgato notice on the screen is my video capture card saying there's no signal coming into me to display. Now you'll see the system starting to reboot with the standard power on self-test or post screen. And we're going to hit here in the sub menu here that'll pop up. We want to go to Troubleshoot, and we want to go to Advanced Options and UEFI Firmware Settings, and hit Restart one more time. Now when it restarts, it should default by taking us right into that BIOS without us doing anything, pressing any buttons. Once we're in the BIOS, we can tell it we want it to boot to the USB drive instead of to the SATA drive. We get in here, it's an interesting look at the BIOS nonetheless. It's not a graphical user interface BIOS. It does have TPM. It does meet Windows 11 requirements. You know, it's got everything that is good and then just configured poorly. So it does see our Kingston NVMe drive we put in there, and I'm just going to leave everything alone. I don't need to change anything in here. I'm just showing you what the options are. There does seem to be a lack of real in-depth information on this machine. It's not covered very well here on YouTube, so there's a good reason for me to do it. Now there is a boot override here, and we want to go to the UEFI OS, which is our SanDisk 3.2 USB flash drive. No other media we have is made by SanDisk, so I know that's my flash drive. I select it and press Enter. You just use your arrow keys on your keyboard and the Enter key on your keyboard to choose your selection. And now we should be booting off of the flash drive, and it should take us into an Acronis bootable rescue media. Once we're in the rescue media, as long as our keyboard and mouse are not configured with Bluetooth, because that would require a Windows driver. These are standard wireless, 2.4 gig wireless that doesn't require any Bluetooth driver. I strongly recommend people do not buy Bluetooth keyboards and mice unless perhaps you have an Apple product or a tablet or a smartphone or a TV, because those Bluetooth devices will not work outside of Windows on a Windows-based computer, and it can add some frustration to whatever frustration you have that's getting you to this point. It starts to pile up. So I'm going to go to, let's make this, can I make it bigger? We're going to go to Tools and Utilities, Clone Disk. We'll leave Automatic selected, just hit Next. Our source drive is the serial ATA, SATA. The second drive listed is our USB flash drive we just booted from. The new NVMe drive we put in is not on this list because that NVMe drive was factory reset. There's nothing to clone off of it. It's a blank drive. Acronis is intelligent enough to know you don't want to clone a blank drive, so it does not come up as an option for your source. So selecting the source as our serial ATA, hit next. Now it's going to look for a potential target. At this point, we should find the NVMe drive from Kingston listed, with the interface being NVMe, sometimes could be listed as PCIe. Here, disk 2 says it's not initialized. And if I scroll to the right, you'll see that it says its interface is NVMe. That's what I want. Next, we're going to replace a disk on this machine. Next. What I love about Acronis versus other cloning software is there's very little configuration. It's intelligently selecting the automatic mode that is most likely what you want to do. And if you just keep clicking next, it does all the thinking for you. This makes every clone happen with consistency and a much greater chance of success. Now, it does say that the selected disk will be restored as GPT, and that's fine. That's great. So again, Acronis has done all this thinking for you. So these aren't things you then have to correct after your clone to get your clone to work, which many other cloning software require you to do. So depending on how nerdy you are and how much you enjoy all that technical stuff, for most people, we just want to get the job done and move on. So for me, I'm trying to work on multiple computers every day and trying to help my customers quickly and accurately so I can get paid, keep my customer happy with minimizing their downtime, and keep other customers happy by still having time left in my day to go visit them next. I don't have the luxury of sitting at home just to play with something to see how it works, just because. If you do, hey, I'm not discouraging that. I'm trying to earn a living. So I'm trying to show you that if you want to earn a living, or you're dealing with somebody who wants to earn a living, they're not working like a home user. If they are, they probably won't be earning a living very long. It's not putting any degradation down to one or the other. It's just simply stating there's a logic and a reason behind the business practices versus a home user's practices, and mixing and matching them will result in an unpleasant experience most of the time. Now, this shouldn't take very long because we only have Windows installed on it. It's not like we've got a computer that's 2 or 3 years old that's got the drive jammed up with stuff. And we can't go any faster, no matter how fast the NVMe drive is. It can't pull the data off of the SATA drive any faster than the SATA drive can deliver it. So with the NVMe drive being multiple times faster than the SATA drive, the NVMe drive is being held back right now during this cloning process that likely would have already been done had we be cloning NVMe to NVMe with the same amount of data on the same kind of hardware. On the other hand, if we had the NVMe drive to begin with, we wouldn't need to do the clone that we're doing now. So it's like a series of dominoes that falls. Nonetheless, even at the slower SATA speed that the NVMe drive is being held to, this shouldn't take very long. And while we're waiting for it, let me just take a look over in the chat because I haven't been over there. And let's see what you guys have to say, because I have been missing the conversation happening in here. So let me scroll back a little bit. Oh, Matthew Burden renewed membership, now a member for 34 months. Hello, Carey and Mara, and all in chat. Good to see you. Thank you, Matthew. It looks like my YouTube studio fell back for some reason. Let me refresh that page, because I should be seeing the desktop over here. Okay, there it is. That's just on my side. Let's see. Mark Leibowitz says Chicago checking in. Welcome in, Mark. Raven 4K says hello, as does Mecha Cameron. Ajin Guy joins us and says hello. Todd Wickham says, thanks, Carey. I'm going to build a new computer this summer, and you helped me decide that I should go with M.2 or SSD. I'm going with SSD. So SSD is a solid state drive, and M.2 is the interface, the form factor of the plug. So you can get an SSD drive in M.2. You can get an SSD drive in SATA. You can get an SSD drive in NVMe M.2, or you can get an SSD drive, an SSD in NVMe M.2 as well as SATA M.2. And then there's, on top of that, an NVMe format that uses the, what is effectively like the SAS connector. So the confusion between the technology of the storage type, the protocol in which the data is being transferred, and the interface in which it plugs in are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Mark Leibowitz said I bought a similar Ace Magic model with an NGFF/SATA SSD, and the Amazon description disclosed it, but I wasn't even looking for it. Well, okay, that's on you then. He said the performance was still fine for what was needed. Again, it's not so much of for what was needed, for me anyway, as it is for what we're paying. I feel for what I'm paying, I don't see any justification behind this loss of performance, regardless if I need it or not. I feel like I paid for it. So if I paid for it, I want it. Now, whether or not I use it, that's none of nobody's business. I just want to make sure I'm getting the value that I thought I was getting. So what I want to do now, I need to go back full screen on my side, which means I have to hide the chat room. I'm going to click OK because this clone has finished. And at this point now, if we go back to camera 1 here, and you can see me, I'm simply going to pull the plug that cuts power to the machine. I am done with my Acronis rescue disc, so that goes back in the drawer. It's a tool. It's like a screwdriver or a pair of pliers. I don't use it on every job, and when I need it, it makes my job a lot easier. Finally, I'm going to go ahead and take the SATA drive out. These do not get moved around. This new Kingston drive will not work in that other slot, and the drive in this slot will not work in the slot I've used for the Kingston. Those slots are specific to SATA only or PCIe only, and only the appropriate drive will work in the appropriate slot. This is not a normal restriction found in today's mini PCs or even mini PCs of just a few years ago. This is a highly unusual requirement that, again, for the price, I'm not going to use the second slot. I don't care what it is. And in fact, I would rather they just remove the second slot altogether, personally. Because by putting it there, you're encouraging people to use it. And by encouraging people to use it, you're encouraging more heat in this. And the more heat you put in this, the more degradation you put on those parts. That leads to, it's going to lead to a failure that much sooner in most cases. All for what? Because you just didn't want to plug a USB drive in. By the way, if I plug a USB drive into this, I imagine I can get about 500 megabytes per second through the USB port on an external SSD. So it's basically the same performance as this without confining it and restricting it and limiting its access to having to remove rubber feet and having to remove a plate. And then if anything happens to the computer, let's say the power supply dies, now I've lost all my data access to everything inside. So just keep all your data external. It's so much cheaper, so much easier, and you have more freedom to be able to just simply plug that drive into another computer as needed and if needed, versus trying to jam everything into a tiny box. It's just a bad, you're just not thinking of the future. All you're thinking about is today. And that will always come back to bite you every single time. There is nobody who can avoid that, especially in a design like this. It is guaranteed to happen. It might take years and years and years, or it might take weeks. I don't know, but I'm telling you, you guarantee that's going to happen to you. I just can't say when. You could long since retire the machine or sell it before it happens, but why would you invite and play with something if it's that important that it's got your data on it? And if the price is the same, why not just go through the USB port for the same price and the same speed? Why would you not want that added convenience? It baffles my mind. I don't get it. Consumers watching videos often get ideas they just don't think through. Maybe because it's cool, maybe there's an emotional need, or maybe they're just not aware there are alternatives that have far more upsides with no downsides compared to just sticking with what's in there. So try as much as possible to keep the dependency of you to that machine as distant as you can. So if anything does happen to this machine, whether it's stolen or gets a virus, whatever happens, it doesn't turn on one day. And it doesn't have to be this machine specifically, just any computer you rely on. If you keep putting all your eggs in one basket, what if something happens to the basket? And what if I told you you could buy 2 baskets for the price of 1? What excuse do you have? So it's getting harder and harder for me to have sympathy for people who sit there and make these bad decisions and then freak out and post these, panicked questions of, oh my gosh, what do I do? They don't have a backup. They put 2 drives in an enclosed area with no active cooling because they wanted more space to store more junk. And this junk is critically important to them, or it isn't, but the machine that they're storing the junk on is also being used for a critically important thing. And at the same time, they're also using it as a toy. But now, as a tool, they can't get paid. They cannot earn a living. And they start freaking out. And they created this problem. And I make money by solving it. I am not doing my business any favors by giving you this advice. If everybody listened to what I'm saying, I would essentially have no business. I'm just telling you. I like being in business. But at the same time, being honest and clear and making sure people understand consequences of their decisions. I got to go into this with a clean conscience. I got to say, I do not feel bad for charging people who don't listen. This is the cost of your education. It's never going to happen to you until it happens to you. And after 34 years in this industry, human behavior has not changed. Not one bit. From time to time, I do see people tell me their stories about how they learned their lessons, and they will never do that again. But they were told long before it happened, and they just didn't believe it until they experienced it. Your choice. I'm not telling anybody what to do. You want to do it the hard way, and you want to wait until the inevitable occurs. It's never going to be on a specific timeline, but I can guarantee you're heading that way. I can't tell you when you're going to get there, but you're heading that way. So don't expect anything any different when it happens. You say, now I understand what Carey was talking about, and now I'm screwed. So I hope you do, at the very least, maintain regular backups, because that's the one magic thing that solves all problems. It solves ransomware, viruses, system failures, thefts, everything you can possibly imagine. It is the antidote to everything that can go wrong with a computer. And when it's so inexpensive to use a program like a Cronus, or heck, you can use anything really. Just get a damn backup. And then that way your crisis is going to be far less stressful and anxiety ridden and much cheaper to resolve, because you would be able to do it on your own instead of hiring somebody to fix whatever the problem is and recover your data. So anyway, let's move on. So we'll turn that back on. Let's jump over to the output of this computer here and see if it boots. Ideally, this should be a clean transfer of all the programs and operating system, activation, everything should still continue to work as it did before. Fully transparent to the customer, who should not notice any difference whatsoever, except when we run Crystal Disk Mark or when we start loading programs, they should start loading significantly faster. Now, as I mentioned, as we reach higher and higher speeds, you reach a point of diminishing returns and higher expense. But jumping from SATA to NVMe, especially when the price is the same, results in only positive benefits. There's no negative side to it. And how much you notice the speed difference, which is oftentimes minimal 5 times faster, is still nonetheless a non-debatable significant increase of 400%. But let's just verify that. I'm going to start Crystal Disk Mark again. And Disk Mark 64. And let's run Crystal Disk Info to see what our interface is. So back over on Crystal Disk Info first. And these are free portable applications you can run on your own computer. I'm not doing anything here you can't do at home if you want to see how your computer compares. And what this is telling us is our transfer mode is generation 3 times 4, and our capability is generation 4 times 4. So I'm trying to remember which one is the motherboard and which one is the drive. I think the drive is Gen 4, and the motherboard is Gen 3. I'm trying to remember what order that's in. Current mode is Gen 3, supported mode is Gen 4. So I'm guessing it's telling me that this drive is a Gen 4 drive and that we've plugged it into a Gen 3 slot on the motherboard. Given that this motherboard has an M.2 SATA, I doubt this is a Gen 4 supported motherboard. Although I thought that Ryzen 7 would support it. The difference between Gen 3 and Gen 4, again, as we reach these higher and higher speeds, becomes more and more negligible outside of benchmarks. So we are in Gen 3. So let's see what this does. If this is as what I think it is a Gen 4 NVMe drive that's middling Gen 4, that means it probably performs somewhere around 4,700 to 5,000 megabytes a second. But being plugged in to a slot that's only Gen 3 means Gen 3 can only max out at about 3,600. And since that maximum does not reach the maximum of this drive, we should see the full saturation of 3,600. In other words, this is like a high performance Gen 3 when it's really a low performance Gen 4. So, or a middling performance Gen 4. In other words, this should not cause this drive to overheat or work too hard because we're only basically utilizing 75 to 80% of its capacity of performance. So let's hit the all button here and let's take a look at our numbers, but I'm fully expecting to see the full Generation 3 data saturation maximum speed. Yeah, 3,721 is one of the largest numbers I've seen come out of Gen 3, but it's still lower than what this drive is capable of if it were to be placed in a Gen 4 slot. But there are higher end Gen 4 drives that can go faster than this one. But if you're limited by the speed of this plug that you're plugging it into, that's as fast as you're going to go, just like USB, or just like when you drive your car on the freeway, your car might be capable of going very, very fast, but the traffic in front of you will prevent you from doing that. It's no problem with the car. And of course, the car just kind of moving along at regular traffic speeds likely means better gas mileage and better efficiency and lower temperatures on the engine, more than likely. Now, this is, in my opinion, how this machine should have been equipped, or at the very least, even if we got half of that with, say, a Gen 3 basic budget NVMe drive, we still should be seeing over 2,500, which is still 5 times more than what it had. So I'm baffled at who made this decision. And it's disappointing because if it was equipped this way, that $320 price point it's a great deal. But now, this one thing that went unnoticed and this information omitted, where they did not commit in the description to saying anything other than M.2. They didn't say if it was M.2 SATA. They didn't say if it was M.2 NVMe, and they didn't say if it was Gen 3 or Gen 4. It just says there's one NVMe slot and one PCIe slot. So obviously, I feel that it would only be just for me to write a review to correct this information so that anybody buying it understands what to expect if they read the reviews. That's not being fully disclosed in the product description. I will also advise Kamrui that they should be updating the description to be more accurate and precise so that there's no potential for assuming malice. Just kind of curious what our write speed's going to be up here. I expect it to be the same. Again, the Gen 4 drive can go much, much faster than the Gen 3 plug we've plugged it into. And okay, so the write speed on this Kingston model is a bit slower, but still 5 to 6 times faster than the SATA M.2 we pulled out of there that has the exact same capacity. So I don't know how you can explain this to me, but to me it's inexcusable. Very poor decision making from whoever said that this was okay at Kamrui. It's not okay. And it now makes me very skeptical of this brand now, because where before, and from previous experience, we have seen common little mistakes in product descriptions, this feels a little more purposeful and hidden. It feels that way. And now anytime I get a Kamrui computer, I'm going to be a bit more skeptical and less positive assumption now that we have a reason. I might also be more reluctant to review them in the future if we're finding this is the new norm for them, then it's not something I can recommend. And if I feel like this is not a product I can recommend, when I'm asked if I'll review it, I would rather be polite and say no thank you than to say, yeah, I want to make a video beating somebody up. It's never my intent. The reason I give them product time for free on this channel is to educate my viewers on what I think is positive. Hey, look at this deal. Be aware of this price. This might meet your needs. I think it's a really good machine. As far as quality control goes, I don't have any issues with reliability from Kamrui. I don't like the rubber feet, but they're not the only ones who do that, covering up screws. I don't like this big metal plate. This seems to be more or less pointless. And I don't like this hole in the bottom that doesn't seem to do anything other than imply there's something under there, which there isn't. Defeating the purpose. Why is it there? Doesn't seem to do a damn thing. There's not much in the way of any airflow that's going to get through this metal plate. So it feels very deceitful. Whether or not that's their intent, I can't say. And in and of these things by themselves as a paper cut, no need to go get that treated. But when there's 1,000 paper cuts, your life may be in danger. And we're reaching a point of so many paper cuts, so little tiny things, they're starting to add up now. And it has reverted my recommendation to avoid this product. I did recommend yesterday under the assumption that this fit the normal we've expected from Kamrui in the past. Normal has changed, and I want you to be aware of it. And if I had known that going into this, I would have politely declined reviewing it. We wouldn't even bring it up for discussion, because why would I give that product attention just to tear it down? It's not my style. I'd rather spend my time building something up, making you aware that there's a great product at a great price, and you better get it if you're interested before they sell out. I had every impression that this was no different than the last few mini PCs that I've been delighted with. And those recommendations that I initially made, I stand by. This is very unusual for me to revert back and to uncover something I didn't know I needed to look for. And here we are with a part 2 that normally wouldn't even exist, but I feel it's very critical since it completely changes my outcome and perception of what I thought was a great value. With this new knowledge and information, no. And this doesn't apply to all Kamrui PCs, but this specific model is one I cannot recommend. And I strongly, strongly recommend you buy something more for your money. I think for $320, you can get a better equipped machine and you don't deal with any of this nonsense. If the price of this machine dropped, maybe it was $245, $250, maybe. It still doesn't feel right to have a SATA-based drive on a Ryzen 7. That's just one barrier I cannot get past. It doesn't make any sense. If this was a Ryzen 3, if this was some entry-level budget machine, if anything, you need that NVMe even more so on budget machines. But if you're spending just a couple of dollars, you can't be picky. That's what you get for a couple of dollars. And if it's priced accordingly for what you're getting, I don't have a problem with that. What else do you expect, right? But I expected better than this for this price. All right, let me go back over to the chat and see what you guys have to say here. I am so sad that I have to say that about Kamrui. I didn't want to, but I'm also not going to cover it up. So referring to whether or not a customer uses the full capacity of the performance isn't of my concern. My concern is that you're getting what you pay for. So if we have a budget of what this machine costs, which is currently $320, there are other mini PCs that fall at $320 or less that aren't limited like this. So why would you spend the same amount of money on the Kamrui PC when you can get the same or more from another manufacturer for the same or less amount of money? This is all this is about. What are you paying for? I don't care how you use it. That's not relevant to me. At least it's relevant to me if I'm building you a computer, right? So I know what to build you. But if what we're doing is we're focused on price and value, then for this price, I think you could find a better equipped machine. So why would you buy that? And it goes back to price. If this were significantly cheaper, you could argue that. But if it's not cheaper, I'm confused. Mecha Cameron said, how many stars would I give this? I give it 1 star. And the 1 star would be based on the fact that there's a lot of product description misinformation from saying it's dual LAN and 2.5 gig, which it is not. The Wi-Fi 6 that's truly 6E is in their deficit, not mine. The undisclosed slow SATA drive and the fact that it has 2 M.2s that both don't support PCIe, never mind Gen 3 or Gen 4. The fact that there is a second M.2 in there, I would rather see removed than have it be SATA. And in this whole scenario, wouldn't even have been possible or an option for the manufacturer to configure in this way for whatever reason they did it. This big metal plate that seems to be there for no apparent reason on a slow drive that doesn't need any cooling doesn't make any sense to me, and it restricts the cooling. The holes in the bottom of this, maybe this carries over from another model and that does have a fan, and so they just use the same one. But when you combine, you know, that ventilation with this big metal plate up against it, it doesn't make any sense. Now, all of this is minor, but there's too many minor things going on. It's not just one little thing here or one little thing there. And the straw that broke the camel's back is that SATA drive. I was more than willing to accept these errors, these omissions, based on the price. Now, this additional omission has significantly devalued the machine, and it no longer makes sense at this price point to purchase. I think for the same amount of money, you could buy something better equipped, and at the very least equal to, but with the faster drive. I haven't seen a SATA drive installed in a new mini PC in years. I did not expect to find one now, and if I did, it wouldn't have been on a Ryzen 7, okay? It would have been on a Ryzen 3. So for all those reasons, it's a 1 star for me. This doesn't make any sense. The fact that they've equipped it with 32 gigs of RAM suggests it's equipped better than the average Joe machine, right? The average budget machine would have 8 gigs, maybe 16. But they put 32 in here because it's a Ryzen 7, right? So Ryzen 7, that implies you need more power and performance. So let's make sure to give you more RAM so that your performance can improve under those kind of use case scenarios. And then they undermine themselves by putting in a SATA drive, which the rest of the computer has to constantly wait on, and slows the entire computer, regardless of how capable it is. It's just right back to being in a very fast car, but you're on a crowded freeway, and you cannot utilize the full potential of your car because the traffic in front of you won't, they're blocking the way. And this drive, this is the equivalent of the traffic that sits in front of you. So that shatters the whole deal for me. It's just one step too far, inexcusable. I can't even come up with any imaginary reason that the company would reply to me where this makes any sense. Other than we had a bunch of these old drives laying around and we thought we'd throw them in here to get rid of them. And in doing so, crippled the performance of the machine. defeating the whole point of buying a Ryzen 7. Go buy a Ryzen 5. See what I'm getting at? Doesn't make any sense. So thank you for the question there, Becca Cameron. Fair enough. David Graham said they appear to be a secondhand parts dealer putting together cheap machines. Secondhand NVMe drives that are 512 gig aren't any more expensive than these, and certainly if they are, not by more than a couple of bucks. To the point where it's crippling the machine's performance and overall view of customer experience, of how they interpret your company as being a good company or a bad company. How much are you willing to sell your company's reputation for? $2 a unit? Or would you just rather add that $2 cost to make sure that customers come away happy, feel like they got a good value, and recommend and refer you not only to their friends and family, potentially to their bosses at work, and perhaps buy other units for friends and family, or future units that they need to upgrade, that they come back again. All for $2. You lose all of that? So even if you're gathering parts that others aren't using, you can still build a quality product. Doesn't automatically mean the product's bad. Barry Klein says, please get off the fence and tell us what you really think. Graham Edwards says, hello from the UK. Welcome in, Graham. Kevin says, my internet provider is using IP version 4, so I'm always stuck waiting for internet pages to load when other providers are using IPv6. IPv6 and 4 are the same speeds. There's no difference in performance. I don't know where'd you get that information. Let me rephrase that. Tell me where you heard that, because that's a new one. Bill says he's going to go do an Acronis backup right now. Good night, all. Good for you. Who is the seller? Well, the Amazon link there, excuse me, in the video notes below our video will take you to Amazon if you want to investigate that. And that's a question you're fully capable of answering by just taking a look at it. We're certainly not hiding anything from you guys, and we want you to be able to delve in, each and every one of you, in whatever way, shape, or detail level that each of you want, but not necessarily to initially spend too much time with any one individual when other people have no interest in such detail. But we do provide that information so you can investigate it at whatever level of depth that you deem appropriate. And just click on the Show More button below the video to see the comment, not the comments, the video description that'll take you to the link. It is coming from Amazon Prime, so 30-day returns are still there, right? In this case, if I would have bought this thinking that I was getting an NVMe drive of 512 gig, the fact that I did not have 2 LANs as advertised would be concerning. The fact that those LANs advertised as both 1 and 2.5 gig, there's only 1 instead of 2, it only runs at 1. That might be a reason to send it back. The fact that it came with Wi-Fi 6E instead of Wi-Fi 6 might have felt like I got away with something a little extra and I didn't have to pay for it. But then when I find out the drive is only running SATA, I would not replace the drive. I would put the unit back in the box. I would return it back to Amazon for free, and I would tell Amazon this product did not arrive as described. I do not want an exchange. I want a full refund. And make sure you keep your box and packing, put it all back the same way you bought it. And Amazon will refund your money in full within 30 days with no cost to you to return the item and no qualifier. Doesn't matter what your reason is, it's irrelevant. They'll still ask you, but you're not obligated to give them an answer or for that answer to have any specific benchmark. You just don't want it for any reason. You want to return it. For that reason, I buy a lot of product from Amazon. The sad part is Kamrui sent us this machine for free to review. And by being honest about it, it could potentially mean Kamrui doesn't want to send us anything anymore. On the other hand, if this is what Kamrui thinks is acceptable, then it's mutually agreed upon. We don't want to see anymore. So this is the problem with reviews being honest, is you could potentially damage a relationship. But if the product is acceptable to the manufacturer and they think you're the one that, you know, the reason they sent it to you and spent the money to get us the unit was they thought they were going to get a good review. And I thought I was going to give it a good review, which is why I said yes. If they respond saying, hey, we're going to make sure we correct this, then if they want to send us something in the future, we'll keep an open mind unless we see a pattern. On the other hand, if they say, hey, thanks for nothing, you know, back at you. Because I'm feeling like they're trying to slip one by me here. Or we have a different system of values and they don't know who I am. And if they'd have known who I was, they would have known better than sending me this unit. So either way, I do feel being honest is at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I keep my integrity. And if my values do not align with those of certain sellers, the world's a big place and there's lots of other creators and influencers that would be a better fit. Hopefully, my genuine hope is they appreciate the honest feedback. We're telling them how to make the product more valuable and more desirable to a potential consumer. It's not meant to insult them. However, this is so unusual. I am concerned. We'll see where it goes from here, what kind of response we get. And until I get such a response, at least as far as this specific model goes, I cannot recommend it. As for other models, I would be very cautious and just double checking, maybe look for YouTube reviews or Amazon reviews that might alert you to some things. And barring that, make sure it's an Amazon, purchase it from Amazon where you have the free 30-day return window. So you can decide for yourself if it's uncertain and be able to get a full 100% money back guarantee without having to pay to return it, without a restocking fee, so long as you send back everything. I have to send back the box. I have to send back anything that was enclosed in the box, the power supply, the power plug, the instructions, any foam that was in there, put it all back just the way you got it. Don't be a thief. Don't steal anything. If you want a full refund, return the full product. If it came with a little bag of screws, put that little bag of screws back in there. If you've lost it, why did you not plan ahead? Why would you so quickly dispose of a box and materials before you've satisfied yourself that the unit doesn't need to be returned? And what happens after that is on you. If you want to try and scam Amazon out of the money, well, you've effectively stolen from them for whatever justification you have. I just think that is unexcusable. People do it anyway. Some people get away with it. Some people get some of their refund held back for the cost of replacing what's ever missing. If I give you a $10 bill, and that $10 bill isn't going into a machine, like the machine's not accepting it, and the reason you wanted the $10 bill from me was to serve this purpose that it's not working. So you want the $10 back you gave me, but in return, you're only giving me a fraction of my $10 bill back. You've ruined my $10 bill. You have not returned the entire $10 bill to me, but you want your full $10 back. That's not our deal, right? Now you're trying to scam me. So this results in a very unpleasant discourse between two people who think the other one's ripping them off. So as long as you're not returning 100% of everything you received, I would not expect a 100% refund. Although with Amazon, you'll usually still get it anyway. That's a gamble. But 100% of the time, if you put it all back the way you got it, you will receive 100% of your refund 100% of the time. And you can sleep well at night knowing you didn't steal anything from anybody. Not that these things in and of themselves are that expensive, But if a lot of people do it and we're missing a $1 bracket and we have 100 returns, that's $100 spent on replacement brackets plus the labor and everything to put it all back. And then they, have to sell the unit as used, which often is less money there. It's just typically then just put in the trash can and taken as a loss. And after so many losses, either the company takes their business elsewhere or just goes out of business because the consumers have more or less put them out of business, or they have to raise their prices to accommodate all of the theft that's happening, whether intentional or not, which makes the products less desirable, which leads to the company going out of business. So you're not just doing it for you, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do, and that you have proper expectations that you do get that 100% refund if you returned 100% of what you received. It's that simple. You don't need the box that this box came in, but you definitely need the packaging. And even when you don't need it, you should still return it, in my opinion, because what are you going to do with it? Anyway, running businesses with consumers can be frustrating because they often have no real idea of how massive a little tiny thing can grow in a financial deficit for companies that are making very little profit to begin with, which is probably what attracted you to buy it. Anyway, the company policies deal with this. It's not my decision to make, but I will tell you that they have the right to withdraw some of your refund or restrict it to whatever it costs to replace whatever you didn't return. And if you're expecting a full return of 100% of what you spent, you better return 100% of what you received. Okay, with that, let me just take another look here in the chat to see if there's any other comments or questions that I can answer for you guys today. When it's all said and done, the way this is configured now is how it should have come out of the box, in my opinion. I'm going to put it all right back together, and if this was $319 with an NVMe drive, it's back to getting my recommendation, along with the corrections on the product description, correcting that it's not a dual LAN, it's a single LAN, it's not 2.5 gig, it's 1 gig, it is not Wi-Fi 6, it's Wi-Fi 6E, which is a good thing. Once they make all these corrections and get their act together, if they do that, it may be worth another look. We'll wait and see how they respond and if any changes are made. And if I'm made aware of any, I'll let you know. Does Amazon even check? Yes, Amazon does check. Amazon is attacked by scammers in so many different ways. It's costing them literally millions of dollars in return, to the event that they have banned some people from ever buying from Amazon again. They have to check because they don't know what's in the box. There could be an unrelated, old brick inside this box instead of a computer. I promise you, they look. And the more money that Amazon loses, the more carefully they start looking. And when the economy's tight like it's been, it's probably going to continue. Those losses hurt even more to Amazon. It hurts more than the individual seller as well. So when consumers start trying to exploit that, Amazon's pretty quick to catch on. Because if Amazon waits too late, the damage can be very difficult for even a company as big as Amazon to recover from without some pretty serious consequences. So they don't really have any choice. If you work at Amazon and you deal with their returns, you'll find out firsthand it's not an easy job and what's expected of you. And if you fail to live up to that, they're just going to let you go. Iceman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Iceman, for supporting the channel. John Williams says, thanks in all the inspiration you share with us. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, I appreciate the thumbs up button. That's cool. If you like this kind of content and you want to see more like it, that's how you let a content creator know. That's also how you let the YouTube algorithm know you'd like to see more of this type of content suggested to you from channels perhaps you don't even know exist. So you're really hitting the thumbs up at the end of the day for you in order to train the algorithm. Just like you would hit a thumbs up on Spotify or Pandora or Netflix You're not giving a thumbs up to the actors. You're giving a thumbs up to the algorithm so it understands what content you like. So that's the primary purpose behind thumbs up. With regards to how your search engine, the YouTube search results and algorithm work, no one's been able to prove anything. They keep saying it helps my channel, you get thumbs up. That's all a bunch of nonsense and conjecture. Nobody knows how the algorithm works, and nobody can prove that that's true. It's also difficult to prove that it's not true. So as long as the jury's out on that, for me personally, I think you hit the thumbs up for you, not for me. And that benefits you as a viewer, that when you're looking at other videos to watch, the YouTube recommendations will get more accurate. The more often you use that thumbs up or even the thumbs down, if it's content you don't want to see, you can right click on that channel and say, never recommend this channel to me. You're not doing that to punish the creator, because it doesn't punish the creator. It doesn't hurt the creator's search results. I'm sure it doesn't, although I don't have proof of that. What it's doing is it's training the algorithm that you're not interested in that kind of content, so that it won't continue showing you that kind of content. And the more you thumbs up and the more you say, hey, I'm not interested, the more refined and more accurate those recommendations get. And for you to not see that it's benefiting you, for you to only do that for the content creator, may not have the best end result for you if you're still getting a bunch of unrelated recommendations from YouTube, because it just can't quite grasp what the heck you're interested in, because you're only doing it for a creator instead of doing it for yourself. But you don't have to do it either way. You can continue to manually look for things and get random recommendations from YouTube and not respond to those recommendations as positive or negative. YouTube can also tell by whether or not you clicked on a video and how long you've watched it, so that it doesn't solely rely on thumbs up. The fact that you watched it and you clicked on it is almost like the same effect. And that helps a content creator, because actually watching the video is what the content creator's paid on. Content creator's not paid on subscribers. It's not paid on likes. Never has been. And subscribers are only good to a content creator if you're selling your subscribers. You have to know what each subscriber is worth and how many you have to determine what your value is to a sponsor outside of YouTube. Within YouTube, it's completely valueless. It may have some impact on search engine results, but we don't know for sure. What else can I tell you? We certainly appreciate the thought, nonetheless. The thumbs up certainly isn't hurting anything. And when people take the time to do that, we certainly appreciate it, even though the end result in reality is more emotional than it is anything actual measurable. But it's the thought that counts, I suppose. Ron Hillier says, I looked at every description of this PC on Amazon. It says it's only M.2 SSD, nothing about NVMe. Yeah, but nothing about SATA either. That's what I'm saying. They did not disclose one way or the other, but they do disclose the ports on the motherboard as being one is PCIe and the other is SATA. But they don't say which one they're using. I assumed, with the price difference being essentially the same between the same capacity of SATA and NVMe or PCIe, that they would do what literally every other mini PC manufacturer at every price range has done for the last 4 or 5 years, if not more, probably more than that. And the default is NVMe. The fact that this even has an M.2 SATA was a bit concerning to me, but I thought, well, I'm not using it either way, so what do I care? And I assumed the main drive would be NVMe, because I don't see any cost beneficial to not doing it that way. And certainly at a Ryzen 7, where would it make any sense to make a SATA drive your one and only boot drive? Nobody would do that, surely. Where they did do it, and stop calling me Shirley. There you go. And that's what these live unboxing and overview videos are about. We want to see in reality what's really happening in real time, and this is how long it took me to discover it. It wasn't until last night that I got that far in my testing. I can't put the cart before the horse, and I had no heads up to alert me that that's something I should have checked, because I've never had to check that before, ever. So this sets a new precedent, in not a good way, And like I said, we'll just have to wait and see how the company responds. In the meantime, I cannot recommend this. For $320, you can buy a better machine. And by better, I mean, you could still get a 512 gig SSD, but one that's much, much faster. You could still get a Ryzen 7, maybe even something faster. But at the very least, you could match everything on this computer with the faster NVMe drive of the same capacity and likely pay less for it. So why would anybody buy this? At that price, it doesn't add up. David Graham says they even cheaped out on the motherboard. Well, granted, the motherboard USB is only 3.2, 10 gig per second, but 10 gig per second's pretty darn fast. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. If it were 20 gig per second, that'd be better. But as we keep bringing the price down, we have to adjust our expectations in accordance to what we're spending in order to determine, is this a reasonable value or is this a ripoff, right? And your values and my values may not be the same. What I think I should get for $1 and what you think you should get for $1 may be very far apart. So I can only come from the aspect of running a business in Phoenix, the cost of living in Phoenix, and the type of computers I've been selling to clients over the years, over a large scale, over a large period of time, that evaluates in my mind what a good deal is under all of these variables that may be very different for you if you live in a different part of the country or a different country entirely, or if you have different ideas of what is a bare minimum or what is acceptable or excusable versus one is completely inexcusable. Neither one of us would be wrong on that. It's just that I would not sell this as equipped to a customer and put my name on it because it would make me look bad. I hold my business to a higher standard. And if I wouldn't use this, I wouldn't recommend you use it either. But that's just my opinion. And those are the reasonings on how I got to that opinion. Remember, when customers buy computers from me, they're not buying Kamrui. They're trusting me to make a good decision for them for value, quality, performance, reliability, security. It has to meet what I require, because at the end of the day, it's a reflection on me. If my clients feel as though I have let them down, it would be fully understandable that they would take their business somewhere else. If I kept doing that, I probably wouldn't have any clients left. So if I wouldn't sell this to a client, I wouldn't recommend this to you, any of you. And that's the reasons why. It's not just because. There's a logical, sustainable business model that I have no choice to maintain unless I'm ready to retire. And I hope that day never comes. I love doing what I'm doing. But just because I'm reviewing it doesn't automatically mean I like it. But if I didn't think I was going to like it, I would have never reviewed it to begin with. This very rarely ever happens on this channel. But because it's live, I'm just as surprised as you are. But it is what it is, and we're going to call it what it is. Makes me sad to be put in this situation. It's awkward, and I would rather not be in the situation. I wish there were more videos on YouTube about this model. On the other hand, that makes this video even more important for anybody that wants to know about it. Now, once they know, if they still decide to buy it, they should get what they expect. I did not get what I was expecting. And I wouldn't mind if I was getting more than I was expecting. But getting less, that's a problem. Most people would have a problem with that. Ron Toomey says, Carey, I just built an ASRock B760 Pro RS i5. It's a 1450. What's a i5 1450? That can't be. That's not a number, is it? Oh, it's got to be 14500. 32 gigs of RAM with the latest BIOS. For some reason, when I watch videos or live stream, the content will eventually get latency behind the audio. Well, depending on what browser you're using, if it's Chrome or Edge or Firefox, depending on the speed of your internet connection, if you're on Wi-Fi, for example, and you don't have a good strong signal, perhaps you're on 2.4, bump it up to 5. If you're wired, what speed is your link speed? What connection speed do you have? When you run your internet speed test, what's your up and down bandwidth? And finally, what browser extensions do you have installed? A lot of times just taking those browser extensions out, which are typically ad blockers and things like that, cause the exact symptoms that people voluntarily inject into themselves by thinking they're getting away with skipping ads without realizing there are consequences to that. They don't always occur right away, but typically it's only a matter of time. And it's one of the first places I look is just in the extensions. Ad blockers are a big no-no if you care about performance and you care about your privacy. You're trading your privacy in exchange for not seeing the ad. There's no winning here. The only way you can win is, and again, I don't know, but if you have a YouTube Premium prescription for me, I medically need it. If you have a YouTube Premium subscription, you don't watch the ads and you don't need the ad blocker other than maybe other websites you visit. So if I were to put an ad blocker on my browser, I would exclude youtube.com out of it. But preferably take those extensions off. They're all universally spying on you. Ron with his Firestein. That was my joke from a long time ago. Firestein tires, they not only stop on a dime, they pick it up. That is old. Iceman wants to know if I've ever SATA drive failed to clone to an NVMe. I'm a professional computer technician. I have cloned so many drives. And when the drives don't clone according to plan, I'm always able to fix it. So the answer to your question is yes, but the reasons why are never quite the same. There's no pattern of failure for me to look for. It's only for me to respond to each unique situation as it becomes, that I become aware of it. It's like asking me how I would defend myself against an attack. Or would I? Well, yes, I would, but also what kind of attack? Is it an attack from one person or a gang of people? Is it a physical attack or a verbal attack? And what am I being attacked with? So what kind of weapon are we talking about? There's no two attacks. Just a random attack is likely not going to happen exactly the same way. But if you are into self-defense and you know you're going to defend yourself regardless, you adjust and accommodate for what the situation requires at that time. You react, you respond, and you resolve. That's what I do. So if I had a customer or a viewer, let's just say a viewer, having an issue with the cloning of one drive to another, we would need to talk more with the viewer to find out what they're doing and why. What's your motherboard? What's your processor? Why are you doing this? What are you hoping to achieve? Are you trying to add a secondary storage? Are you trying to replace your main storage? What process and software are you using to clone, and what have you tried so far, and what are your results? Now, based on all of that information, we can then begin to guide you towards a solution. But you have to see there's a very big difference between what you ask and what I need to know. Significant. You're going to have to put more effort into your question if you want any answer worth any value for me. And it's simply because I cannot read your mind, and no two situations are likely going to be similar. They're all very, from my perspective, they're all random. So there is no one-size-fits-all solution to, if it fails, what do you do? I need all of those details. Then I can give you the detail that you're looking for, and that detail will only be beneficial to you and likely not to anybody else, because the chances that they're having a failure and for the same reason on the same hardware using the same software, highly unlikely. It's just kind of a situational thing. If you're looking for that kind of information, then you want to stick with a platform where everything is always the same and you cannot adjust it. So products like Apple will consistently have same results, but you have less choice, things cost more money, and you have less freedom to customize things. Everybody gets the same thing. That's the world of Apple, and you pay more money for that so that you don't have to worry about these kind of problems that can derive from a variation of thousands of different possible hardware combinations and different user experience, right? And sometimes people create their own problems because they don't know what they're doing. Apple kind of walls that all in and prevents any of that from occurring. And if that's appealing to you, you'd be happier with an Apple product. But the consequence of being able to choose any motherboard and any video card and any storage and any RAM, put all that together and expect it all to work trouble-free every time, it doesn't work trouble-free all the time. And how that's resolved depends on, how many possible variables are there of combinations that can result in unique challenges that only affect that one user on that specific combination of hardware. So that's what keeps me interested in this business, is I'm not constantly doing the same thing. I see things I've never seen before, or combinations I've never seen combined before. And it's my job to untangle it, get it straightened out, and get it working. And that requires customization and an open mind to solving each problem uniquely as required by that unique hardware. In some ways, I wish I was an Apple tech, because I would be working on everything the same. On the other hand, that sounds profoundly boring. So, pick your poison, I suppose. I suppose the other answer to your question would simply be yes. Could have provided you with a much shorter answer, but I don't think that's as helpful. Patrick says he only runs the RoboForm extension in his browser and Malwarebytes Browser Guard. I do the same, Patrick. I run those same two extensions. The extensions I'm most concerned about are VPN, privacy, or ad blocking in particular. Ad blocking's the nasty one. That's the one that'll always bite you in the butt. It's just a matter of time. And if you haven't experienced it yet, you will. It's a cat and mouse game between the folks delivering the content, right? And the consumers trying to steal the content. And as the consumers continue to try and steal it by blocking the ads because the consumers find it annoying, the more challenging it is for whatever content you're consuming to stay in operation and pay their bills, because you're not allowing them to get paid. So they have to struggle to survive. They don't have any choice. They have to disable the ad blocker, or they have to make plans to shut the business down or change the business model to a pay subscription model only, which I believe is where we are going. I think consumers are going to overall continue to take and take and take as long as they can get away with it, and then continue to ask for help as a result of them trying to circumvent something that has long-term consequences that then causes the machine to not operate as it's supposed to, which typically in these scenarios results in removing or replacing the ad blocker. And it never goes away. It's just spinning in circles. Sooner or later, these companies, they're going to have to say, look, in order for us to pay our bills, we got to just dump this ad-based model and just either pay or go somewhere else, because it's not a charity. It's not entitled to you. And if they can't get paid, why would they do it? Why bother? Somebody's got to pay the bill. The situation seems to be getting worse as more and more people get online. The internet's getting more and more crowded, and the cost of distributing the content goes up accordingly. But if the income is not going up accordingly, it's just digging a deeper hole. And at a certain point, you either have to just close the business or change the business model. So what they're doing to avoid that from happening is they break the ad blockers, and then the ad blockers respond by getting around whatever they broke, but then they respond by breaking it again, and the ad blockers just goes around and around. And in the meantime, the consumers are the one that have to deal with this computer not working right, or issues as a result of this constant back and forth between the ad blocking companies and the companies that are just trying to make an honest buck by saying, we're happy to provide you the content. All we ask in return is you watch the ads. If you're not willing to watch the ads, please don't cost our company money by trying to circumvent our ads and yet still take our service without paying for it. At some point, there isn't going to be an option anymore. Companies will simply not be able to provide ad-based content. Look at what's happened to Radeon. Look at what's happened to streaming services. Give it time. I don't think human behavior will change in time. And there will be a paid subscription model only, perhaps a very limited free model where you can only watch a certain number of videos a day without paying. I imagine there has to be something has to change. The one thing that isn't changing is the overall behavior of the consumer that doesn't value the content enough to pay for it, but values it enough to steal it. It's a very difficult place to be. And for that reason, I hear a lot of issues that are a result of these browser extensions. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but it's the most common solution. Not the only solution, but it's the most common one. Take that ad blocker out of there. Any other unnecessary extensions that they're all spying on you anyway. Just take them out. Then see if it makes a difference. And if necessary, we continue from there. But that's your first step in 2025. It's a crazy world. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing more than anything in the last 2 years are the browser extensions. It's a pretty easy fix if you know how to look for it. Hey, there's our friend Mitch Morrison joins us in the chat today. He says his new computer's running great, and it's his first Windows 11 computer, which he was very intimidated by. It was avoiding Windows 11 because, you know, according to the internet, it's terrible and should be avoided. And so he believed that. Now that he's got it and he's using it, he says, you know, this isn't what people made it out to be. It's not that different. I could get used to this. I got no real complaint. So there was no reason for the fear and anxiety that was, you know, it's flooding the internet with essentially a bad attitude. I don't want to change. I don't like it. Then don't. But please don't let that interfere with your willingness to change, or give it a shot, you know, at the very least. It may not be as bad as people make it out to be. And sure enough, he tries it and he's like, I don't know what the big deal is. This is not a big deal. You know, that's what I've been trying to say, but unfortunately I'm a quiet little voice in a sea of very loud negative voices. So there you go. If Mitch's experience may be more relatable to you than my own, take it from Mitch. Becca Cameron says, I hope he shows the fake fan vent. Like I said, there could be other models of this computer that use the same case where the fan is utilized. So let's not just assume that this was done with intention. It just may be convenient to repurpose a case that you already got all the manufacturing set up for. This plate is really where the issue is. Let me get up a little closer to the camera so you can see that so long as we have this plate, there's no room for a fan here. If the plate were removed, then perhaps, yeah, we could get a little fan down there, or if nothing else, direct airflow passing through those components, which even at passive cooling would still be more than boxing it in. So here's the rear plate. Okay, and then, sorry, the rear cover. This is that plate. Now, these holes are what secure the screws that go in here onto the top. I think, in a minute, which direction does this go in now? Yeah, we're going this way. So if we put that back on, do we have any space for a fan in there? I'm thinking no, but I could be wrong. Maybe. Maybe. Could happen. The problem is there's no holes in this, so where's the fan going to blow air into or get air from? There's no ventilation through this plate. And then where would you run the power cable? Maybe one of these little cutouts here. This plate would have to go. And I don't see any holes around here to mount the fan to the cover, so the fan would have to be mounted to some piece inside, which I would prefer anyway, so that we don't end up breaking the power cables if they're attached to the bottom lid here, and you end up breaking the cables right off the fan. So having the fan mounted down into the computer instead of the cover is a preferred method from my perspective. But yeah, this plate has basically no ventilation. You're boxing the heat in there. And you'll see that these two pieces of metal that are pushed out right now, they're towards you. That would be should be the part that's making contact with the NVMe drive. You wouldn't want to, you know, maybe you would. Maybe it looks like, based on the impression I'm seeing from thermal tape, that this is pushed away from the NVMe drive instead of towards it. That's a bizarre choice, because I would think your connection would be firmer between the thermal tape on this heat spreader, let's call it, to the drive. You're pushing it away from the drive, and that's what it looks like they did. So if I put this back down here, which way does it go? Doesn't seem to want to go that way. Let's turn it this way, because I've got to be, oh, I see. It would have to go on this way to be over the NVMe drives, or the M.2 drives. I should not do this with the power on, but wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I guess that goes on. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, it's not. It's not going to go on that way. These two indentations have to be on my left. So if I flip it around, keeping these on the left, that means I can't put this in any other orientation. It only can go in one way, or upside down. And upside down, it's definitely not fitting. So where you see these posts extending out, these need to go down towards the board. What a bizarre design choice this is. Very strange. Now that sat down really good that time. I'll go ahead and start piecing this back together. And in the meantime, if you have other questions for me, this will be the time to ask. We've just reached our 2-hour mark today. Tomorrow, it's Friday. We always do videos on Fridays. And I'm not quite sure what the subject of tomorrow's video is going to be. I have a couple of machines I need to get back to finishing that are in a process of being built. So we could do that. I have another mini PC from a company we've never worked with before called Minix. And they have a fanless machine that is 100% silent, 0 dB. It's not a fast computer. Faster you go, the more heat you're going to deal with, and the more cooling you need, and the more noise you're going to have. It's like an N150 or N300, I think is what it is. So by today's standards, it might seem slow, but by the standards of just a few years ago, it's incredible value, I think, for somebody who absolutely demands a 100% silent PC that will never ever deal with a fan failure. It doesn't have any fans. Therefore, there's no fans that can break. There's no fans that can make any noise, and you're just dealing with passive cooling. That results in a computer that's made of a very heavy metal heat dissipating heatsink design. So it's incredibly heavy for as small as it is. And that's because that's what's dissipating the heat instead of a fan. And for some of you, that might be right up your alley and might be just what you're looking for. And for others, well, might be interested to know that such things exist for people that have such needs, for whatever reason they do. Let's see, which way did this go back on? Did it go on this way or did it go on this way? It might. my glasses so as I can sees. I can't remember. Why did I take it off? Boy, I'll tell you, it looks like it'll be happy either way. Well, I'm gonna stick with that, with the label up towards the front and the contactless label down towards the back. That seems about right to me. I guess as long as it sits in there properly, it doesn't matter if it's upside down. Sometimes they're reversible in that sense. Most of the time they're not. The other way you'll know is that the screws won't reach, perhaps, if there's different levels of depth that the mount points go down to behind it. But these, I think, are all the same all the way around. So I'm going to guess I got it right. I could go back to the video just to confirm, but as long as it fits, I guess it doesn't matter. I either got it right or it doesn't matter is what I'm trying to say. And then with the last screw back in, we'll put those rubber feet back on. You got to see how easy Acronis is to use. Very few questions to answer. The automated mode of Acronis is, generally speaking, exactly what I want nearly every single time I use the product. It's pretty rare I need to correct its automation, but you can if you need to. There you go. There you go. All right. Time to put away some tools and look and see if there's any questions I can answer for you guys. Charlie says, I wonder how much more these minis will cost with new tariffs. Yeah, we'll wait and see. They keep getting delayed. So more than likely, if I had to guess, which I can only guess, if there's so there's already a tariff. Make no mistake about it. There's always been a tariff. And your question is, well, how much would the machine be? It'll be directly in relation to how much more the tariff is. So if the tariff ends up costing the manufacturer $10 or $15 per unit, which would be a pretty significant tariff, then you can expect to pay $15 to $20 more per unit. Nobody's profiting off the tariffs. The idea is that, as I understand it, growing up in Detroit, we had a big automotive industry in Michigan. And when the auto manufacturers decided that they could build cars cheaper in Canada and Mexico, the Americans didn't get a discount on that. People lost their jobs. Other people did the work, the same work the Americans were doing in a country where they didn't have to pay them as much. And the profit margin for the car manufacturer went up. In the meantime, entire cities went bankrupt. Flourishing cities like Flint, Michigan became an apocalyptic landscape because nearly everybody in that city had worked for generations for the auto manufacturers who did not betray those auto manufacturers and did not deserve the auto manufacturers leaving for more greed and abandoning all these people that for generations relied on that as the source of income to provide for their families and have the American dream. If the reason the auto manufacturers do that isn't for greed, but it's so that they can compete with other countries that have cheaper labor, then how do you level the playing field? So the question should be, when we here in America, when we make goods and we send those goods to Europe, how much of a tariff is Europe charging us? So if we want to build a Ford and we want to sell that Ford in Germany, how much tariff is Germany adding to the cost of that Ford? So if you're German and you want to buy that American car, versus the car BMW or Mercedes or Volkswagen or Porsche, whatever. It's going to be more of a level comparison, be it fair or not. And for whatever reason, the government in America said, you can build the car cheaper. We will not match what you're charging us. That'll make it cheaper for Americans to buy. So now the Americans are buying cars and sending their American money to the foreign manufacturers. And the American manufacturers, to compete with that, have to start making their cars over there too, so that there's no tariff. BMW makes cars here in America. They have a BMW plant, I believe, in Georgia or maybe in South Carolina. And that's to help reduce tariff cost. You can build it here and sell it here. And then Americans are building their cars somewhere else. And this whole thing gets really confusing with the tariffs trying to even out the difference in the economies. They're not there to punish anybody. They're there to give you as a consumer a choice if you want your money to stay in your country to provide people of your country jobs. We used to, in the 70s, particularly in the 70s, living in Detroit, there was a lot of American built, American made, made in America pride. It seems to have faded and gone away. And I remember growing up, there were bumper stickers, probably from people that worked in the auto industry. And I don't know why I remember it, but I saw it everywhere as a child. And it said, "Are you hungry? Eat your import." When the pandemic hit, and it seems like a lot of people forgot, we couldn't get things in America that we used to make here. We don't make it here anymore. So what happened? We had something called supply chain issues. Those supply chain issues would not have been as severe if we still had our own ability to self-rely. Because when everything hit the fan, you weren't shopping for the lowest price anymore. You're just trying to get your hands on some toilet paper. You were just trying to get your hands on something you had taken for granted every day. It's always been available to you. But you didn't realize that that was made in another country on a ship for 2 or 3 weeks and then put on a truck and trucked out over the roads to whatever area of the country you live in. And as a result of not being able to compete with those lower prices from the cheaper manufacturing or moving manufacturing over there, you've removed the manufacturing from your own country. And so now your country is dependent upon other countries just for basic survival needs at any cost. So what starts out as cheap suddenly gets really expensive because you no longer have a choice anymore. So you can preemptively give consumers an option and give your citizens an opportunity for employment that had been taken from them and reestablish local manufacturing for local jobs, being less dependent, not completely independent, but less dependent on receiving goods from other countries that are basic staples and necessities versus not getting them at all. So one way or another, this is going to happen, and that dependency comes at a cost. And all you need to do is think back to the pandemic and think about the empty grocery store shelves. Think about how difficult it was to get simple things, and forget about the price. Just find me a roll of toilet paper. That's what it came down to because we were unable to provide for ourselves. And that scares me, and I never want to go through that again. If raising tariffs levels the playing field of economies, then there are jobs to be had. There are the pride in manufacturing to return back to this country where we are not dependent upon another country to provide us basic necessities. That's not to say it has to be one or the other. I'd like to see both. But if the one made here costs more because the labor costs more, and the one over there costs less because the labor costs less, then you add a tariff on theirs so that you as a consumer have an equal choice. It's the same price one way or the other. You want to buy and support local? or do you want to send your money overseas? If it's the same price, which would you choose? And then if there's any sort of war, conflict, or pandemic, you still have the capability of self-reliance versus going back on your hands and knees what choice do you have if you've just given up all your manufacturing? So that's what scares me. I'd like to see a more level playing field and more consumer choice. If I have the ability to buy from a small business, I will give a small business my business over a large corporation, primarily because the large corporations are often doing this kind of stuff in order to increase profit. I also grew up in the 80s where we didn't have a lot. We have so much available to us today. We all live like rich people did. Like, to me, the stuff I see was only for the rich people. Now we all live like rich people. We don't want to give it up. It's like taking the pacifier away from a baby. It wasn't your pacifier. You know what I mean? This doesn't, someone else provided that to you. And God forbid they take away something you didn't earn. I struggle with this. I understand it. I would just like to see more balance. That's all. That pandemic really really exposed the weakness of where we allowed this country, our country, the United States, to lose a lot of their self-reliance. And we all, as Americans, paid the price for that. We went without for a while. And if there's not a lesson to be learned, if we've already forgotten that soon, I don't know. I guess it'll happen again. If you do a little research on what Europe charges Ford and GM to send a car to Europe, and look at what the United States charges for BMW or Mercedes to send a car here, you should be outraged. If you don't feel used and taken advantage of, if you don't feel like that's wrong, I don't know what to tell you. They're going to pay less and charge you more. So if you want to buy their thing, for their thing to come into the country, they only pay this much. But if you want to buy our thing in their country, you have to pay that much. But if it's like, this doesn't affect me, what do I care? This does affect you, because that affects jobs and that affects livelihoods. Now, if they're charging us the same as what we're charging them, to trade, fair deal. It's not been fair for a long time. Debbie mentions about toilet paper being made here in the US. I think you've missed my point. So these videos are live and unscripted. And as I try to find an example in the moment, if you were to then take the research of what I said that I did not have the benefit of, simply because it was on the top of my mind as an example, there are other factors that have to be weighed into that as to why these results were the way they were. And perhaps if I had the time to research that, I could have picked a better example. And for you to hone in on that one, simply because it was not the best example I could give, but rather the first example that came to my mind, does not negate the difficulties of the supply chain in nearly every industry during the pandemic. So I would prefer, if you did not hone in on an example, to try to dismantle it as though everything is the same. That's not what was meant. It wasn't meant to be everything follows the same process, but there was a same cause and effect, and how far back you look at the chain of events that resulted in that downfall will always lead you back to some dependence on a foreign entity, right? Otherwise, we would have just kept producing it regardless. So as long as we are dependent for anything, that is, and again, we cannot eliminate that, nor should we, but we also could reel it in a little bit. We might have taken it too far, and it just covered every industry: cars, groceries, toilet paper, housing, everything became chaotic. So let's not focus on the minutia, and let's look at the big picture and find out what all of that has in common. And that is where the crux of it is. And I don't want to go through that again, but it's not my choice. The attitude of the citizens needs to understand what the consequences are. And if they refuse to understand it and they don't care, well, I guess I have to suffer because of them too. We all will. So in the meantime, I don't have the answers, but it's been broken for a long time. And right there during the pandemic, it shows you what will happen again if nothing changes. It's just a matter of time. It'd be nice to have a backup, a contingency. And it'd be nice for consumers to have a choice. And it'd be nice for consumers to have more availability of jobs here in the United States. I don't know the answers. I'm just saying it would be nice. Is that tariffs? I don't know. I don't know. But it's definitely other countries playing by different rules than America's playing. And so the rules need to be more fair. Either that, or we just continue doing what we're doing until our ultimate demise, until we can no longer do anything for ourselves and we no longer have any money to buy anything at any price, regardless of how cheap or available it is. There's just no money to be had because there's no jobs to be had, so there's no money to be earned. So you could sell me something for $1, but if I don't have that dollar, it might as well be $1,000. And that's what happens when you swing too far the other way. I'm no economics guy, but that seems pretty basic to me. But I might be oversimplifying it. Fred says, way back 9 or 10 years ago, I bought a SATA M.2. It was half the price, 500 gigs for about $100 back then. Yeah, I guess that probably is about right. I can't remember when NVMe drives and SATA drive prices became just a few dollars apart. These days, NVMe drives are often less money than SATA drives for the same capacity. But I couldn't precisely tell you when it was where there was any significant price difference between an M.2 SATA and an M.2 NVMe, where the SATA was half the price. Not an M.2. Now, a SATA 2.5-inch drive being half the price, yes. But a SATA M.2 versus an NVMe M.2, never in my career do I recall there being a double price differential. If it happened, I never saw it. It was always maybe $20 at the worst. It was never that extreme. But again, even to this day, if you go to look at a 2.5-inch SSD and compare it with the price of a M.2 SSD, both being SATA, even though the 2.5-inch drive is more material and takes more to make it, they sell for significantly less. Davey said, it's a damn shame how much of our manufacturing is no longer here in the United States. GE bought the company I worked for, took the tech and moved it to China and Ireland and shut down our plant. Yeah, and it's devastated. You know, I saw the devastation firsthand in Detroit. Entire cities just wiped off, just Mad Max, zombie apocalypse, total devastation. Because everybody had their eggs in that basket. Everybody in that community lived close to that manufacturing plant or plants. They just assumed that job was always going to be there. Their kids would work in that plant. And so it was for a while until it wasn't. And those people did nothing wrong. And well, Flint has done a pretty good job of recovery. It's just not what it used to be. Nor Pontiac. Pontiac used to be a really nice city. By comparison, I wouldn't go at night. I don't know. There's some pretty rough areas hit hard in Michigan, primarily where the auto manufacturing was the main source of income that drove an entire city. When that went away due to profit and greed, there was no thank you for the sacrifice that those generations of people had made. You got your check. We're done with you now. So long. You're on your own. That's pretty brutal. My friend Ron says there's a $10 difference between M.2 SATA and NVMe. I don't know that there is. And the reason I say that is, are you looking at Generation 3 NVMe or are you looking at Gen 4? Because when I'm talking about the price difference, I'm talking about an entry-level Generation 3 NVMe drive versus the same capacity SATA drive. They should be maybe $2 apart. If not, I've often seen the NVMe Gen 3 drives cheaper at the same capacity, but in the last few months, some things may have changed in the economy. So as the Gen 3 drives phase out and replace for Gen 4, we should start seeing some Gen 6 drives maybe next year. That'll again double our speeds from 14,000 to 28,000. And the consortium has ratified, I believe, Gen 7, or PCIe Gen 7 is already the details of the standards and how that works. If they're not already agreed upon, they're very, very close. That will again double from, let's say, 30,000 to 60,000 once the technology catches up and we get there, and we're talking a few years from now. But that's how far ahead the engineers are, and then how long it takes to get things up to speed, right? We agree on the platform, we agree on the way it's implemented, and then we put into effect the manufacturing processes that are required to make it, along with the chip manufacturers to keep up. And all of that starts now for Gen 7. You haven't even seen Gen 6 yet, but Gen 6 drives have been demonstrated at trade shows and have hit those speeds of nearly 30,000. I don't know who needs it. It's just a point of diminishing returns, but there's no stopping it. And then Gen 8 will follow. And there you go. Patrick said our town had an abandoned steel factory for many years in Trenton, Michigan. They finally tore it down last year, but still don't know what's going on in that location. John Williams says, I remember when the Janesville, Wisconsin General Motors plant closed down, everyone was scrambling for jobs, doing almost anything. Your whole city all lost a job. It's not just you looking for work. It's you and your neighbors and their neighbors and everybody on the block and everybody in the city all suddenly looking for work at the same time. Is devastating. Ron Tomey says, if you could choose between an i5 9600K Intel CPU or an i7 8700K at the same price, which would you choose? I would choose the i5 9600K. For sure. That's easy. Just looking to see there's other questions I can answer. David Graham wants to know if there's a fan header on the motherboard. It wouldn't matter if there was. There's nowhere to put a fan. I would not recommend anything new that requires a consumer to modify it for it to work properly. Just buy something else. If something like that's important to you, buy something new that meets your needs. Don't try and buy something and force it into your needs. It's a sure path down dissatisfaction and disappointment when you void your own warranty and end up wasting your money over damaging what was a perfectly good product that just wasn't up to your level of standards that you never should have purchased to begin with. You should be buying a product more in line with what you need. This idea of modifying something to make it what you need is a used mindset. That's when you're at a garage sale. That's when you're, spending very little money with no warranty, take it as is. At that point, it's a project box where you don't have a lot to lose if you modify it. But if you're going to spend your hard-earned money on something brand new under warranty, I would recommend you keep it that way until your warranty expires. If otherwise, simply buy something better suited to what you need. That would be my advice. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all again very, very soon. Links to everything in the video notes below the video. Bye for now.